up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Get these likes, get these likes, get these likes up, girl. Y'all already know we need all of that. We need all of that. If the fingers can click on a video, if it can comment in a video, it certainly can press like on the video because the King is working, bringing to you consistent, very much so daily content at this point, baby. We working, baby, and we growing because we're working together. So I need you guys to always like, whether you are a Bush baby, part of the Replay Gang, or whether you are active with me real time in these streets, honey. You already know what we're here to get into. So before we do so, once again, as you're coming in, continue to thumbs up. Set your notifications to all so that you never miss a day or hour when the King is in fact Kanging or so. Make sure that you guys share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether it be your community wall on YouTube, your Instagram, your Snapchat, your Facebook, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal hell. Post the link on the Ops platform. I don't really give a damn where you, in fact, lay the link. And all donation information is in the description box below. So with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? Hey, everybody. Happy Monday. We got an old nasty piece of hot topics to get into, girl. We need a little town hall meat and honey. It's probably going to get thick, as always. You guys know these particular topics, whether we're talking about patriarchy or talking about, you know, black folk, black homophobia, you know, every damn community got its homophobia, girl. So since we black up in here, we talking about niggerphobia and, or, you know, black women and gay men, honey. So I can already feel the spirit of Nuck and Buck in the air, baby. It typically just gets real rowdy when it comes to these particular subjects. But I have to issue a disclaimer and say that, you know, I think what helps when it comes to these type of discussions is if we all just, you know, put on our support bras, you know, put our hair up in a bonnet, and, you know, just come together and reason and with an open heart and just in transparency without no ego. So, you know, let's talk about it like we love each other. And if we end up having to bruise and beat the hell out of each other, let's at least hug afterwards, child, because we got too much going on between them people taking the bitch down the street EBT, honey. That affects me too because I buy that bitch's EBT. I buy her EBT up off her grill. I love me a good $50 for 100 stamps, baby. So I don't need this administration coming through and just doing an overhaul on Miss Mama with several children by 10 different baby daddies. EBT, bitch, because if you can't go down the street to the bitch with 7 kids by 10 goddamn baby daddies and buy EBT, girl, then where can you go? Okay, so this ain't no time for us to be divided. And the only way we gonna stand united is if we just heal up all the nasty, crooked, injured, unhealed areas of our communities as a collective regarding the melanated folk. All right, so baby, we come here in peace tonight. And we will be dropping the link if that's what it gives. All right. So before we go ahead and get into this, girl, let me go ahead and shout out all the Conscious crew members. What's going on? Whitney. Hey, Carolyn. Hey, Crystal. What's going on? Lakia. Hey, Peaches, what's going on? Bunny, hey, Rumors and Tea. Hey, Ian Gardner, what's going on? Simply Telly. Hey, y'all, what's going on? Chowder. Hey, Todd. Hey, Neo. What's going on? Sonja. What's going on? Brown Mama. Hey, Boo. What's going on? Hey, honey. Hey, Carolyn. What's going on? Danielle. What's going on? Lorraine. Hey, Sin. What's going on, Katie? Hey, Danny. Oh, yeah. Y'all see the intro, baby? Y'all know what type of time we on for 2025, baby. Not one of them else to gives. What's going on, Leslie? Hey, boo. Happy birthday to our Leslie, girl. Shout out to our Leslie Jennings in the chat, y'all. She is 21 years old, baby. She gonna get that coochie drunk tonight. Honey, she can be outside. All right? Shout out and blessed born day to you, baby. And may you have a amazing, memorable birthday, and more importantly, may you have a prosperous and memorable year and be with us here next year. I got a birthday coming up in November. I'm gonna be 40, but I don't know whether I'm gonna be celebrating it as my 39th birthday. Okay, I'm gonna be 40 this November, but I might celebrate it as my 39th birthday. But shout out to you, boo. Happy birthday, love. What's going on, One Chinese? What's going on, Lepsky? Hey, Katie. Hey, St. Marquise. What's going on? Hey, Linnell. Hey, Katie. Hey, Sandy. Hey, Bunny. What's going on? What's gooey? Hey, Amby. Hey, Crystal. Hey, Danny. Hey, Renee. Hey, y'all. What's going on, Patricia? Hey, Cristaro. In Poland, honey. It's an old nasty 4:30 in Poland, child. All the way on the other side of the world. Hey, Layla. Hey, y'all. Let me speak, honey. Let me speak. What's going on, spiritual? Hey, Vella. Hey, y'all. All right, y'all. So we got to get into it. Also, we did Tea on Top of Tea tonight. We had a great show over on Nosy Ho's Rumble and Twitch channel. I did post a link to the community wall. So if you missed tonight's panel, Hot Topic Celebrity panel, then make sure you guys click on the community wall and check out our show tonight. I'm going to bring up my very special guest. You guys are no stranger to this heathenistic Florida power bottom girl. No other than the Reckless Logic. Hey, Reckless.
Hey, what's going on?
All things grandiose. Pussy still tight. Pussy still tight. It's still tight. It's still tight.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Welcome to the Land of Reckless Logic. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack that notification bell so do not miss any more posts from us. Make sure you guys continue to support the Kang. Make sure you guys continue to comment, like, because your contributions, girl, got tongue-tied a little bit. Contributions really does help out with the platform. And let's get ready to talk about the bullshit and get straight into the bill.
So the reason why I do a roll call Limpsky is because I be wanting to know which one of the country crew members I need to block, because y'all gotta be up in her area live. I do run that type of a nation over here. But more importantly, I like to run down my roster because we always get an influx of supporters. And calling y'all by name and doing roll call helps me to familiarize myself with the supporters. Because for a long time, when I first got my channel, I did not pay the commenters no goddamn mind. I just did my content and hauled ass. I ain't looked at no chat. I ain't looked at no comment section. I ain't familiar with nobody. So I didn't even know who was a regular, who wasn't a regular. And people was like, TT, I've been following you for years. I said, you know what? Damn, I need to familiarize myself with my folks. So by me going down a roll call, it gets me familiar with y'all avatars and y'all names, and just get a little bit more personable, and then I can recognize y'all out here in these streets when y'all acting up and being fake as fuck, and another bitch's raggedy ass live streaming, then come over here and block the fuck out of y'all asses. Oh yes. But I love y'all. Hey, Nurse Moonshine. Hey, boo. Hey, exquisite lady. Hey, Keita. So we got to get into tonight's docket, girl. It's a lot going on. First thing we want to start with is, let's start with this damn colorist that I thought we left back in 2023. But, we know that Zeus specializes in giving an application to the leftovers of pop culture. No other than Erica Mena, also better known as 11 Hip Hop Reject, also better known as Colorist Mena, better also known as Safari's Sperm or surrogate, okay? His baby making machine. Reckless. your device got disconnected. Oh shit, bitch. StreamYard took Reckless completely the fuck out, girl. He'll probably be bike, honey. Okay, while we waiting on Reckless to get up in her, y'all run those likes up. So Erica has a new show on Tired Ass Zeus, girl. And let me not give Zeus too much because we not gonna act like they ain't getting my $5 every month because they is, bitch. Zeus is my guilty pleasure. You know, we were very supportive of an all-black digital network when Zeus first hit the scene, even though they was kind of specializing in the, you know, ratchety-atchety. Me and Reckless, matter of fact, I think we did some reviews for Bad Boys season 1, maybe season 2, I don't remember, you know, but Zeus just indulged so bad in the Despicable Girl that I felt convicted even promoting their network. So I made that our last season of a show off Zeus to review because I did not want to be responsible, girl, for fucking up y'all soul salvation and sending y'all asses to hell. I just didn't want that blood on my hands, girl, by promoting that low vibrational shit, girl. I ain't want to have to answer for y'all sins, honey, and I ain't want to have y'all just be busting hell wide open, girl, because I wasn't more responsible and conscious with my platform. So I said, you know, let me indulge in Zeus Network personally, girl, but give them no promotion. So I have maintained my subscription, girl, because Zeus is a key, and Zeus just, you know, takes me away and gives me like a dark artistic outlet when I'm frustrated with what's going on politically and economically in the country, and just seeing people beat the hell out of each other all day and night, girl. There is something very relaxing about that. Now I don't understand how the fans of wrestlers and the fans of like football and these like contact sports feel, girl, because there's something like psychologically relieving about just seeing people become animalistic, girl, and be willing to be up in that orange jumpsuit, child, because sometimes, you know, with us having a mask all the time, we got to wear a corporate mask, a church mask, we got to wear a parental mask, we got to wear a I'm out in public mask. You know, we always just having to mask the no fucks in us. Always having to mask it, girl. So sometimes watching people just completely transcend the barrier and the boundary that makes you act right, girl. It is just something really deeply psychologically comforting about that. Do you feel the same way, Reckless? Have you ever psychoanalyzed why you like to watch certain low-down debauchery level style content, whether it's Bad Girls, whether it's Love and Hip Hop, whether it's Zeus, etc.? Have you ever just did a psychoanalyst on it?
No, I just assume. I'm gonna be honest with you. No, I just know that I feel like it's one of the things that everybody just like has a guilty pleasure. Now, some people's guilty pleasures may be more extreme, but I think that there is a level of toxicity, whether we want to admit it or not, that everybody has their levels of toxicity that they're willing to be like, okay, you know what, it's not that bad. But of course, that depends upon the person. So our toxicity is Zeus Network. Other people's toxicity may be, you know, something along the lines of, you know, defaming bitches out on the internet, promoting fake AI videos. So, you know, the toxicity levels are just different. It's different dosages. So that's what I just came across.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Got it. Well, one of Zeus's new additions to their network is Erica Mena show, which y'all know she's a bisexual colorist who's looking either for pussy or dick, a cat or a dog, in order to prey upon in this next chapter and season of her love life. And the show is actually a cackle and a key. I hate that I have to say that because, you know, I'm so disappointed in our fellow Scorpion sister, because me and Reckless are both Scorpios. And Erica Mena is a Scorpio. But, you know, she's falling from grace, baby. Okay, so, you know, we done had to put her on the sick and shut-in list as a fellow Scorpion. But the show is low-key, baby. It's a mumble and a cackle. And I am, unfortunately, getting my life 4 episodes in to her show. This most recent episode resulted in toward it's a lot of things going on in this show, girl. I don't know if we're gonna get into the full autopsy of her show because I got a lot of things to say about her show and just the things of the things. But sticking to this most recent controversy that's trending right now, there's a contestant on her show by the name of Pied Piper, also known as Turtle. And we first heard of Turtle last year, I believe, when he came through, beat the fuck up, looking like a crooked ass muscle in the face, and claimed that he was a contestant on the show and that pretty much things went left on her show. He was pistol whipped, etc. He was saying that he was going to file a lawsuit, etc., that he lost his career because he was a very successful plumber. But because of, I guess, the controversy from the show, he got canceled. People called into his job. He's just been through a lot of shit, apparently, after his departure from the show, also while being on the show. I don't believe he ever followed through on a lawsuit. And now that the show is actually playing out and it's actually, here for everyone to divulge in, I think he's still receiving backlash. And he recently did a video claiming that he was paranoid as fuck and that he believes somebody connected to Zeus is following him. And he was talking about there have been multiple people from Zeus that have passed away. Like he said that there was a girl who had auditioned for Baddies who had lost her life to GUN violence while she was on her way to Baddies audition. And then he was talking about the most recent death of, what's the corn star's name? I forgot his stage name on the show.
His stage name is Jay Hefner, but on the show, his name is Pussy Breaker.
Okay, Coochie Breaker, aka Jeff Hefner, who was also a corn star. He also was unalived last year due to GUN violence as well. And now Turtle, aka Pied Piper, is claiming that he's being followed. He feels that something is going to happen to him, girl. There's a dark, robust, colored principality that's haunting him, in his home, like Casper, bitch, and he's just spooked and nervous. Well, during the 4th episode, during eliminations, Erica decided to give him another chance. She felt like he had did well during the little social experiment they did on last night's episode, and she was giving him some verbal critique, and she gave him what she calls a love tap on the face, and this caused an entire goddamn right-wing collapse on the show. So I'm going to show you a clip from this courtesy of Neighborhood Talk. You guys thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. You guys tell us how y'all feeling too about this love tap situation. Me and Reckless are going to get into our talking points around it. Once again, check this out, courtesy of Neighborhood Talk. Shout out, don't shout out, Zeus Network.
And I swear to God, if you fucking throw anything of mine on the fucking floor that I give you, you're going to have more than a fucking what you have right now.
I'm little stitches stitched up, didn't you?
Go sit your ass over there.
Can I say?
No.
I have to. When Erica said I needed to be sweeter and she gave me the love tap, it caught me off guard. I'm a man at the end of the day.
Are you going to ruin this fucking moment?
I absolutely have to.
She loves Tassel. He takes this shit too hard. He is saying, nah, I gotta interrupt this shit.
What in the Bobby fucking Johnson?
Okay, girl. And from there, well, let me rewind it back one more time so y'all can at least see the love tap, girl. Check out the love tap one more time.
Take your eggplant, and I swear to God.
Okay, the love tap, girl. So there is like, Turtle did a total meltdown. Well, let me not say he did a total meltdown. He wanted to interrupt the process and politely check Erica Mena about putting her scrawny ass colorless fingers across his face, no matter if it was meant to be endearing or not. Because, those are just his particular boundaries. He wasn't able to really communicate that before Erica Mena already started being defensive, trying to shut him down. And then the rest of the cast pretty much started, drawing in on him. And then shit just started spiraling from there. I guess I'm going to get your thoughts or your initial thoughts, Reckless, regarding this love tap, girl. How you felt about the love tap? If your man gave you a love tap while he was also simultaneously correcting you about not sending your asshole pictures to no other niggas, would you have taken his love tap as a love tap, or would you have looked at him as Thor trying to collect the last and final goddamn infinity?
No shade. In terms of love taps, I'm gonna be honest. On the show, for me personally, the context of the love tap, to be completely honest with you, I never would have took offense to it personally. But I do understand why someone would feel a type of way, because I know and I understand that, you know, not everybody's a person that's okay with other people touching them, especially when I don't know you like that. Yes, Erica, I may love your colorist ass, but that does not mean that I want you touching my muscle ass face. Like, I'm sorry. I like you. I'm here for the show. I'm here to be a contestant. But however, you keep your scrawny witch ass fingers to yourself, girl. I'm sorry. And I'm gonna be honest too. The cast, they needed to just shut the fuck up and keep their ass in the back, because no shade, when I seen this clip, or I'm not gonna say the clip, when I seen the episode, I had flashbacks. Because bitch, if I'm sitting up here talking to this motherfucking scrawny ass colorist over here, I don't need everybody in their grandpappy having something to say, because fuck that shit you talk about, bitch. If I'm talking to her motherfucking ass, you keep your ugly ass the flying fuck out of it. Because if I'm talking to this F over here, I don't need to hear from all the other cast members. Because let's be very clear, you may be okay with somebody touching you in your face. You may be okay with, you know, somebody doing certain things to you, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna be okay. And I do believe that it's other things that also played a part as well, because for one, another thing that I clocked in the video, that he said, for one, I'm a man first. So you already know his ego was a big thing. In addition, if you did not get a chance to watch the episode, well, you really don't have to watch it because it's already been put on the internet. He lost the fight to Coochie Breaker. So you already know that his ego is a big thing. And plus, his ego's already been hurt. So one, I'm already got my ass turned every which way but loose inside this house on a multitude of occasions, got me bleeding out my damn face. Then I'm getting slapped upside the head. Now, whether you meant it or not, because people also need to take into account that intention versus impact. That's the reason why there is a such thing as manslaughter and murder. Because manslaughter is I did not mean, that was not my intention for said outcome, compared to murder is, no, I intended for that to happen. So the thing that Erica Mena needs to understand, and also everybody else in the motherfucking room, is that yes, you may not have intended for that love tap to be offensive, but that does not mean that I still was not I still was not offended, or I didn't feel the type of way. So the thing is that when it comes down to what's her name? I can't think of it. Erica Mena, you putting your hands on this man, like I said, you may not have meant it, but now when I go to address it, because now I feel a certain type of way and you want me to be open and honest with you, now I go to address it and I got 45 bitches behind me open up their damn dick sucker trying to correct some shit. Bitch, you keep your fuck ass out of it, because I'm here to address some shit, because especially if this continues, this is going to blow up. Because to Bambi's point, and also to other people's point, he's disrespectful to women. So now I'm trying to correct this before I be put into a situation to where I have to be disrespectful to women again. Let me address it. And all you hoes can line this shit up. And I'm not gonna lie, I do believe that he probably was pistol whipped, because if you remember in the episode, he was going off acting crazy. I'm not going nowhere. And then the security had to just carry his ass out swiftly and professionally. So to be completely honest, I don't know. But I do believe that his reputation also played a part as well, because now that you done got into it with everybody in the cast, and obviously to my personal perspective and opinion, is
damn,
that
bitch, I did say your initial thoughts, not all.
Oh, okay, girl, let me shut the fuck up.
Go
I
ahead.
can be going. Okay, girl, let me shut up.
Bitch just leaking, bitch. Y'all hear this bitch commentary, this bleeding, bitches. Bleeding, girl. Like she done been, like her mouth done been chained up for years, bitch. This is her first time talking after incarceration.
Let me out the
Go ahead.
phone.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you what it is, because on my platform, since it is monetized, I try to censor. Over here it's not monetized, so I can just say what I want to say, how I want to say it. So now I'm just gonna let it all right. Of course, I'm not gonna get your channel in trouble, but we're gonna get it going. But in terms of his reputation, that you done did all this bullshit. Now there's a time when you actually have a legitimate point, because to my personal opinion, you were only doing a lot of things because you were trying to be like someone like for Bobby Light show, Island Boy, or like a New York Polar, to the point to where you want to be so much of the antagonizer that at times where it's time for you to go be on the chopping block, knowing than likely they're going to save you because you're the entertainment. And also you trying to also make a career or whatever, some clout, monetize off of this opportunity. So now that you're in a position where you actually have a stance, it's like, girl, a lot of people don't want to hear it because you a lot of the bullshit that you pull. I'm gonna be quiet.
Oh, period. Oh, period. That was almost a whole goddamn segment, bitch. We might as well we can go on to the next, child. This what I mean, as it relates to the love tap, you know, I'm all for love taps as long as you keep that same energy when I'm lovingly tapping your credit card against a scanner to pay for this shopping spree you ain't know I needed. So as long as the love taps go both ways, baby, I'm okay with the love tap. But like Reckless was saying, I too have noticed, this is the thing. This is why people gotta like create and gotta really like raise their level of self-awareness, because Erica Mena, you're coming off the Love and Hip Hop brand. You're coming off of being a violent bitch. There are videos in 1998 as cell phone footage of you on YouTube trying to high kick your damn baby daddy in the neck in the middle of the Bronx, bitch. You all over reality TV, girl. Busting bitches in the mouth, kicking holes in walls with your red bottoms. I know Zeus ain't no better because Zeus is like even lower than Viacom and VH1 and Love and Hip Hop. But it would have been cute this far in, since you like 3 kids in, you are a ex-wife, you're grown. It would be nice to see the growth. And I know that Erica didn't mean nothing by it because it's a love tap. We've seen these love taps culturally. We've seen, you know, this type of behavior. I ain't gonna act like she knocked the man teeth out and that it was even meant to per se be offensive. However, Erica Mena does seem to have an issue just respecting people's boundaries. And that wasn't just reflected in the turtle situation. There was a situation that played out on the first episode with this football player. I forgot what his government name is, but she ended up naming him something that sounded like delay or delayed. Delaylo, basically calling him slow and delayed. And the guy respectfully objected to her in the moment and said, yeah, I don't really like that. And she was like, oh, I don't really care. Like, that's going to be your name. And he was like, yeah, no. She was like, yeah. He was like, I'm over it. And she was like, okay, well, be over it, but that's your name. So then he went to commence to packing up his shit. And then she had a change of heart while he's walking out of the door with his suitcase and purse, girl, ready for the next lift to take him home. And then she wanted to be apologetic. Then she wanted to amend the situation. And I'm just like, okay, I know this is entertainment, but these people on the show are human. And what I like about this particular cast is, unlike the way that reality TV typically goes, these particular motherfuckers are like standing on business. Like, they're not just settling for just any type of behavior. They're not just allowing the clout to intoxicate them and allowing Erica to get away with murder. They are standing up for themselves in the same way that they would if this was real life with any other person. They're treating her just like any other person. So she was trying to convince this dude to stay. And he was like, yeah, no, this is not for me. I got to go. I felt like he saw all he needed to see with the first impression of her. Like, I just told this hard titty ass broad shoulder bitch that I'm not fucking with this name, and she totally dismissed me. But your lonely one is the one here with your bestie looking for dick, bitch. So you need me more than I need you. It's the audacity for me. And then you're going to just dismiss me? Hell no. So despite her best copping the pleas, he ran his ass right up out the house and left accordingly. Then there was another situation. What was the other situation, Reckless? Because it was that situation, and then it was another situation. Oh, it was the challenge.
Yeah.
This challenge. Like, on this episode, they had a challenge where everybody could have a one-night stand with Erica, which is not a challenge at all, you know? But nonetheless, that was their challenge. And she had everybody compete against each other with pocket pussies, and pretty much her and Bambi from Love and Hip Hop, Lil Scrappy's baby mama / reality TV star, they decided who would win based upon who did pretty much the best job and the freakiest on the pocket pussies. And I was thinking, isn't it a little bit too early, girl, to be a hoe? Like, isn't it a little bit, girl, you on a whole love show.
Yeah.
You think you want to save the dick right into the end, baby? I mean, you don't think you want to go on a candlelit dinner? You don't want to go sit on the Hollywood Hills and overlook the city at night and have a meaningful conversation with one of these ladies or gentlemen, girl. You just want to go straight to putting their faces in between your asshole. Make it make sense, Erica. Like, how can these folk remotely take you seriously? And once again, it's the I have no self-awareness for me, girl. Like, literally, unfortunately, even though I do not agree with the double standard at all when it comes to women and men and promiscuity, because I feel like if women can be hoes, then men are hoes as well. I don't feel like it's no difference. However, Erica Mena has had an issue with the narratives around her. She's had an issue with this cultural perception of her being curbside pussy. She's had an issue because, you know, she started off as a video vixen before she ever evolved into reality TV. You can catch her in 50 Cent videos for Candy Shop, Chris Brown music videos. I think he even said that her breath was stank in one of those music videos. You know, she was in it's
the dragon mouth, girl.
It's a clip that I just saw. I think it was his first album, and she was a video girl for one of his videos, and they was in like a phone booth maybe, and they was having, you know, like a close-up moment. I think it was a behind the scenes, and he told that bitch her breath was hotter than dragon pussy, baby. It was so funny. And, you know, so she's looked at kind of like Drea from Basketball Wives. Like, there's this whole air around her. And I'm just like, okay, Erica, once again, girl, you have the opportunity to kind of present yourself in a way that you actually see yourself, whatever that is. But it looks like what keeps happening is who you want to be versus who you are have not aligned yet. You keep being who you actually are instead of the person that you desire to be. And during that freaky deaky challenge, another guy, a contestant named Trophy Dick, didn't want to go through with the challenge. And to their point, the challenge was kind of humiliating, girl. Like, you have to have a very, very, baby, you got to be very humble to have participated in that challenge, baby, because that challenge was designed to be humiliating, girl. You got to have a real strong sense of humor, not take yourself too seriously, in order to have participated in a pocket pussy challenge. But the issue with him is that his first introduction to Erica Mena was him bringing her a rubber mold of his penis. So he should have been the first one jumping through the pocket pussy to get his swerve on in this challenge. But he decided for whatever reason, he did not want to participate. I felt like he thought the behavior was a little bit shameful and kind of over the top and a little bit too much for him as a man, for him to be like pretending to eat a pussy out on a rubber toy, and it's in front of everybody and everybody's slobbing out of the mouth. And yeah, it's a lot going on, girl. Bambi almost came out of her motherfucking cardigan, girl. Just observing the mess and the saliva of it all. And I'm like, okay, that's that. And now you get the turtle situation with the love tap. It does seem that Erica has an issue with boundaries. And Erica, to me, represents a lot of people who think that their partners are just there to be a glorified slave, essentially. And the way that people's fragility is set up these days, people think that people's boundaries are a personal insult when they're not. When people have boundaries, it's really them giving you the opportunity to love them. And all you got to do is respect their boundaries in order to get to the love. But Erica Mena is having a very narcissistic approach to her relationship perspective, and she's not having enough emotional maturity in the moment where it counts, which puts her in a position to have to always apologize later and have to correct something afterwards, instead of her being able to have a appropriate reaction in real time. So Erica need to grow the fuck up. Now, when it comes to this love tap situation, because me and Reckless was talking about this, I was like, I don't know how I feel about this love tap, bitch, because obviously it is an innocent tap. Just because he felt disrespected by it doesn't mean she meant disrespected by it. So I understand that. But also, I feel like if the roles were reversed and this was a male host and he was slapping one of his female contestants across the face lovingly, that this would be a bigger deal and not hypothetical. How you feel about that? Do you feel like there would have been a different level of conversation, an extra level of passion and aggression from the culture if, let's say, Turtle was the one giving Erica a love tap on her face?
Hell to the fuck yeah. Hell yeah, it was gonna be, bitch, he was gonna be, bitch, Zeus was gonna be canceled on top of canceled. He was gonna be canceled. Eric, like, hell yeah. Yes, there was going to be an outrage. The people was going to hold them to task. Now, I don't know how far people would have went as in trying to cancel Zeus, but people would have had an outrage. People have an outrage for every little thing. So, hell yeah, especially since the dynamics of man and women and all of these things, yeah, people's going to have an outrage. Bitch, they was going to turn Zeus Network, and that whole scene would have been the exact same in terms of the outrage of the cast. They would have turned to every which way but lose. Hell yeah.
But y'all can't cancel Zeus though, because it thrives off cancel culture. Like, Zeus is built on all the things that mainstream networks would be canceled for.
But that's my point. But y'all know they would have tried. They would have attempted.
So then, like Reckless said, the other problem with what happened in the scene is, girl, I didn't understand, like, everybody, like, this was an A and B conversation between Turtle, aka Piper, and Erica. Why the fuck did C, D, E, F, G, etc. chime the hell in? Because this is a dating show, which means that everybody there have their own love languages and they have their own do's and don'ts. And if he decided that something was inappropriate or disrespectful for him in his courting of Erica, there was no reason for no other motherfucker to have jumped in that conversation to tell him how the fuck he's supposed to feel about something happening to him. It's okay if a love tap for them would have been okay. It's also okay for a love tap to not have been okay with him at all. And the fact that they all closed in on his ass and made a whole thing around us and didn't even allow this man to even like say what the fuck he had to say. That's what turned it up. Had everybody just stayed the fuck up out of it, and Erica just maintained that big ass vein in her forehead and just submitted to being checked and being held accountable professionally and lovingly, he could have said what he had to say, and then the show could have went on. But because Erica got an ego, and because everybody else there is thirsty as hell, it turned into more entertainment, which I ain't mad at, because I enjoyed the cackling of the mess and the darkness and the chaos.
Girl.
So it all worked out.
No shade. This, well, actually, I'm gonna let you finish because, girl, I'm gonna go on a smaller rant.
I'm gonna finish. Go ahead.
Okay, so no shade, bitch. That whole scene was a recipe for fucking disaster. Because, bitch, like I said earlier, his ego was already, we already know his ego was already hurt because he got turned every which way but loose inside that room several times, leaking out the side of his skull. And then I'm about to receive my chain. They got this big ass eggplant, and you give me a love tap. I feel violated. I do believe that it was certain factors. It was a combination of factors that played a huge part, because for one, this is Erica Mena. Now, to other people, this may not mean a lot, but however, I am on the show for her. So with that being said, I know some cast members have said, fuck that, I'm about to, skedaddle the flying fuck up out of here with my purse. But other cast members, they probably do, or there's probably a factor to where they're like, I'm not going to say nothing. It's Erica. I'm going to let it slide. So I do believe that a little bit of status probably played a part in terms of the cast members. But then also, in addition to that, people not also paying attention to where this is a subconscious thing. It's the standing over. Especially since she is a woman, like he said in the video. I'm a man, and then, all this other things. So that does may also play a part, the standing over. And then on top of it, you pointing in my motherfucking face with your dirty ass fucking nails, bitch. Oh, you got me. And then on top of that, I'm short too. Oh, bitch, you gonna get this goddamn. You gonna get this work. And so now when I go to address the shit, you want to try to shut me down and just assume that I'm just gonna make this shit go all the way left, when all I'm just telling you, girl, this is my boundary, just fucking respect it. And then on top of that, these motherfuckers behind me, because bitch, this is what got me going, because I have been through this thing, because bitch, if I'm talking to this heifer over here, you mind your goddamn business and keep your ass in the bike. Because to be completely honest, all you hoes can get this shit. And then
can't none of the women get it. The niggas can get it. Can't none of the
no. These bitches can get it verbally, and these niggas can get it physically. Win, lose, or draw. Because bitch, I already want coochie breaker. I already want my second, third, fourth round with him. I don't give a damn if I come out that bitch looking like Martin off that one episode, bitch. You got me 50 shades of fucked up. But then not only that, you gonna try to escort me to flying fuck out, but the Zeus Network security. Oh, bitch, oh, hell to the... Oh, y'all got me 50 shades of fucked up. But I also understand that people didn't want to hear what the fuck he had to say because they already didn't like his ass. And then another
thing...
You
making me want to go into the goddamn baddies episode rant.
Girl,
you making me real. I should have put baddies ass on this docket tonight, too. Oh, that's
because, bitch, you got me fit... Because I put myself in the shoe because, bitch, you got me 50 shades of fucked up. Yeah, then you finna escort me to flying fuck up? Oh, bitch. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Okay, but here's the thing with that. Here's the thing with that. The love tap situation, I can understand him needing to check her about that. Yeah. If for him, that was too much. However, her being a woman, her standing over him, I call bullshit on that. All that's internalized misogyny, and niggas need to get over all that shit because they're projecting into something that is not real to begin with. Like,
which is my next point.
You go to it.
Okay, so the thing is that all that may have played a part, but that does not mean that has anything to do with her. What that has to do with is that he has to also do his own internal work. Because let's be very clear. Just because you perceive something to be a certain way, that does not mean that's always the fucking case. Because yes, we can talk about and speak about how he was violated and that was his boundary. But at the same time, that does not mean that everything that this person does is always the intention. And so for me personally, this goes back to what I originally said when I first started talking. for me personally, I probably would have felt a little bit offended because for me, when you touch my arm and shit, if I don't know you like that, I don't always get offended. But if you touch my face, I'm gonna feel a type of way. But me knowing the intention that she didn't mean it like that, what I probably would have done, I would have, because keep in mind, you won the challenge, which means that you're trying to have your date. I would have brought it up on the date in a more intimate setting to where I didn't have all these other voices trying to give their opinions. So I would have addressed it. I'd have been like, you know what? I understand. I like you, Erica. But since we are getting to know each other, you know, I didn't appreciate yada, yada, yada. I know you didn't mean anything by it, but I don't want that to, you know, I feel a certain type of way about it.
He said, hell to the nah, bitch. You smack me in public, your ass gonna get clocked in
baby. Because I'm not gonna lie, that had me so bitch, fuck up. Bitch, I had a flashback, bitch. Oh, hell no. Oh, bitch, you bitches gonna hear what the fuck I got to say. Oh, girl.
It's gonna be a mess. Well, next episode, girl, they're gonna be getting to the thizzle. And we're gonna see you how this all plays out, because it's gonna be a shitstorm, child. Any remaining commentary on?
I guess the only thing I really wanted to say about this specifically is that, especially the show, is that I realized the dynamic between men and women is really playing a huge part, because I noticed, like, even in different scenes where the women was kind of start the shit and then act surprised and try to do the whole dog whistle. Oh my God, why are you doing this to a woman? But you were antagonizing, and you took no issue. You took no issue antagonizing. And I know this girl, I hope I don't get canceled for this shit, but it's just the fucking honest truth. Watch the episode, you understand what the fuck I'm saying. Is that you took no issue doing that, like being in that man's face, because even Bambi had to call it out. Like, where homegirl came from all the way on the other side of the fucking couch just to walk and skip her ass over to that man when it had nothing to do with you. So yeah, I do believe that, like, girl, like, I don't know how I feel about the in this topic, like environments, the men and women being together for Zeus.
People just need to mind their motherfucking business, man or woman.
Right.
A beat conversation, see your way the fuck up out of the conversation, and let people have their moment, because it ain't got nothing to do with you. You know, he there to date her, y'all there to date her. If you need to check her, you need to check him, then let that be what it is. But when you mentioned that, you know, this whole dynamic with men and women, it brought me to another situation that happened between my personal baby father, girl. Because
that's mine.
Don't even say his name, because I don't want these thirsty hoes going following my man on Instagram. Because, you know, when a good bitch like me start liking a nigga, all of a sudden, bitch, every bitch start liking that nigga. I raise niggas' property value. So unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to disclose who my baby daddy is on the show, because I need him all to myself. Yeah. However, if you're reading the context clues and the Easter eggs, my baby father had a moment with a female. Was it on this episode or last week's? I think it was the week. Yeah, last week's episode. So this thing with men and women, you know, because we see this conversation show up in social media too, where people feel like, oh, a man shouldn't be able to stand up for himself, at least verbally. A man shouldn't even be able to respond back or keep that same emotional or verbal energy with a woman, blah, blah, blah. There's a moment that happened between my baby father and one of the female contestants last week, where he was, one of the other female contestants came over to where he was to, like, sit in the seat that he was sitting in front of. And she came over and said, excuse you, and then politely sat her ass down. And what he did was call her a fake ass Tiana Taylor. And like, the fuck? And then she immediately commits to basically trying to cuss him out. And he got rowdy emotionally. And he was trying to come around the table in order to, like, get back down off the stage to look at everybody on the stage so that he could put all eyes on him, and then ask one of these niggas to catch that fade on behalf of her, since he couldn't put his hands on her. So this thing with like verbal between male and female, how you feel about women and men being able to face off verbally? Or do you feel like men should fall back verbally even when they being disrespected verbally by females?
Hell to the fuck no. You
I'm gonna
let
create
it
a poll. I'm gonna create a poll in the chat too while you saying that. Go ahead.
Hell no. No, let have. As long as it doesn't get physical, then let have. But I understand what people are going to probably trying to. I get a part of why people try to pull that card out of the bag is because a lot of the times there is a possibility it can get physical on both parties. And we do understand most of the time, or it can be assumed that there's going to be a disadvantage. So the thing is, I do understand that point, but at the end of the day, I also understand and I also recognize that women also love to use that to their advantage in terms of what you just brought up. First off, she was already being aggressive and passive aggressive when she was over the top. Excuse you. First and foremost, motherfucker, I may have been in your way, but bitch, I was here first. You're the one that came and brought your ugly ass in my pathway. I was here first. It's not like I got in your way. No, you walked where I was already standing. So with that being said, no, you excuse your motherfucking self. That's what the hell you do. And the gag is that now that I done matched your energy, I didn't put hands on you. I just kind of gave you a little bit what the hell you was giving me. The first thing gonna come out your damn mouth talk about why you trying to do this to a woman as a dog whistle? Oh no, and it's the same shit that they motherfucking asses love to do to fucking trans women. Bitch, you know that motherfucker over there is trans.
Amen.
And to your goddamn point, it's a biological man. And so with this cis man, I'm sorry, I'm saying this not conscious. I haven't dropped the word cis. Sorry. So this cis man or trans woman, you know that you have the fucking disadvantage. But however, that didn't keep you from running your damn dick sucker or getting in these motherfuckers' face. So no, as long as it stays fucking verbal, and they both can keep that reactionary gap, and no one throws nothing, and there's no physical aspect, then girl, go to war, and boy, go to war. Because especially when we also know in these situations, motherfuckers can be manipulative and manipulate the optics of it all. And a lot of times men don't say anything because they know the optics. It looks crazy. Oh, you can't talk to a woman. Who can? Shit, I cussed out a motherfucker at my job not too long ago. He had me 50 shades of fucked up. I didn't give a flying fuck. I told her excuse in front of the boss and all. Because especially once I get there, especially in the beginning, I may ignore you for a little bit. But then once I'm there, I'm there. And all you motherfuckers can get it. Girl, I almost thought I had a flashback.
Look, girl, like I was telling the panel a few live streams ago, girl, we are in a non-DEI era, baby. So we all really equal up in this motherfucker at this point, baby. So y'all best to be ready for smoke, fire for fire, baby, in this non-DEI ass higher, girl, because them scripting the affirmative actions and scripting the DEI down, girl, done put everybody ass on an equal playing field on the chessboard, baby. So it's smoke for smoke. It is fire for fire. I've always been equal opportunity. I feel like at the very least, when it comes to men, you got to at least give men the pathway to at least use their words, like, because we know it's going to be disproportionate physically, but it shouldn't be no problem with a man weaponizing his mouth if you can weaponize yours. You know, that's fair game. We understand the disadvantage physically, but I feel like at the very least, baby, everybody got the right to their words, including biological women, including trans women, any person who's a person. Hell, a parakeet has the right to parakeet your ass to death, girl, in an argument, baby, long as it's verbal for verbal. So I'm all for verbal sparring. So interesting shit going on. We may come back and do another deep dive on the Erica Mena show because it's a lot of moving parts on the show, but I don't want to take up the whole show with Erica. If we need to just come back and unpack that, we will. Do you feel complete right now to move into the next topic? Oh, let me sound off on the poll. All right, so the majority of the conscious crew voted at a 70% rate that men should be able to argue with women.
Can I have a transparent
feel
moment?
That it is, hold on, and feel that it's fair, and 30% says no. So the majority of people says, yeah, it's fair game. What you about to say?
Can I have a transparent moment with you? I guess the spirit of being problematic done downloaded into my soul. I'm gonna be honest. Not to call cap all the time, but I love the conscious crew down. But I'm gonna be honest. I do believe that we're gonna be able to. Now, I'm not saying that poll is gonna be completely false or there is gonna be a false poll, but I do want to also give this perspective of I want to see it outside of this conversation. I want to see it in terms of some months down the road when this conversation has died down and kind of like, went away for a little bit, dormant. I want to see another opportunity to where men and women get into it. And I want to see our people, not conscious crew, but our people still going to have that same energy, because I believe that in terms of this conversation, of course, because we're addressing it. We're addressing it head on. We already addressed that the dynamics between men and women and all these other things. And so right now we're having our conscious thought about this conversation and the dynamics. But however, let's also dig into the subconscious, which is going to run on autopilot. So, because keep in mind, I've also been part of the conversations where on your same platform, where I'm going to drop names, when Knockout had got into it with women. And I've also seen how men and women have been going back and forth on the platform. And I've seen several times where people try to pull that card. Now, I understand that he may have his own issues and stuff, but the only thing I want to just really, really point out is that I want to see.
And also, like, those people, though, those are females who have done that are the minority. Yeah. Like,
yeah,
the majority of the conscious crew is with the shits.
Yeah.
They with the shits, and they ain't got no problem, because even when it came to I think the last moment we had between a male and female on the show, I think it was one community who was here, and it was Homebody, and they had gotten into it. Even though one community had kept it cute, but he was just speaking, he was rebutting passionately to her critiques or observations of him. Mm-hmm. And one of my other conscious crew members opinionated, baby, got up here, baby, and turned one community every which way but damn loose. Homebody, baby. And I was just like, look, y'all, look, he didn't curse her or anything. But he did entitle himself to say what he needed to say and to stand up for himself, because she was putting on his toe tag. And we do have to get out of this antiquated, mindset that men should cower down. Like, if you have questions for someone or judgments of someone, regardless of gender, that person has the right to return judgments, corrections, and a verbal defense to your inquiries or to your observations. I mean, it's the simple lines of debating. We have whole debate teams in this country. You don't see only the boys being able to debate boys and the girls debate the girls. The boys debate the girls debate the boys. Baby, all lives, all voices matter in the concept of debating. So, and we're also not saying that men and women should argue, but because people are going to argue, regardless of what people should do, we're saying that at the very least, everybody definitely have their voice, and whether people like it or not, people are always going to, at the very least, use their voice most of the time. And I don't think a man is pussy because he is saying what he needs to say. That's another thing that is going to have men feeling very emasculated and feel in some way, because we actually know, based upon the statistics, that silence is actually killing particularly Black men. Black men not expressing themselves, Black men not saying what they need to say, which is why most Black men only have a trigger of either shutting up or going completely Jason Voorhees. situation. And we need black men to have range. Which
There.
means that they have to, at the very least, be able to just say what they need to say and put a little extra stank on it if that's what they need to do. They need to be able to turn up, put some passion, etc., and communicate how they need to communicate. But you know, I'm always gonna be for team have a voice. I don't even conceive of a gender when it comes to people being able to say what the fuck they need to say. I don't give a fuck who you're saying it to. Even a child, baby, speak back to that motherfucker too. I am an all lives equal opportunity verbal assassinator, debater, intellectualizer, and gender and race and age do not matter, baby. Anybody can get that everlasting work if you need it. If you need it.
You know, I noticed too is that you started using that phrase. You need that.
Baby, you need
that shit has had a strong hold on you, bitch. You need that.
All right, so let's move on to the next, baby. I don't even want to tug on the wig of this next subject, baby.
Yeah.
Because I already know what it's gonna give, kinda. But what was rolling down the algorithm, girl, was Miss Dr. Heavenly. She probably on the last damn season of Married to Medicine, girl. So I hope you prepared, bitch, to definitely install them dentures expeditiously in Atlanta, girl, because your personal practice may all that you may have by the time it's all said and done. So I don't know what the full context of, you know, what was taking place prior to this soundbite that is now kind of picking up traction amongst the blogs. But Dr. Heavenly went on what some people will consider a homophobic rant. And she's gotten backlash definitely from the queer community. And she's definitely been chin-checked by the queer men in her life personally, such as this individual by the name of Jerome Tramiel. I don't really know what his personal relationship is to her, but he said he was thinking about calling her. So all I know was that he has proximity to her. And I know that Funky Dineva also released a statement, and he also opened up his show tonight speaking about the Dr. Heavenly thing. So we're going to show y'all all this, and then we're going to give our comments, and then in the end, we're going to drop the link and have you guys come and sound off on the Erica Mena turtle situation and on the situation with Dr. Heavenly. But we're not having a long show tonight. This is not a town hall. So I'm going to let people up one by one to say what they have to say. And then we're going to kiss the show goodbye. All right. So check out what Dr. Heavenly had to say, courtesy of the Neighborhood Talk.
Somebody gets upset and it goes to the left. Most men, real men, not gay men, not bitch men, you know what I'm saying? The guys that is kind of soft, but real men are going to feel like, you know what I mean? Straight men are going to feel like if you tell my wife to shut the fuck up, I'm going to have a problem with it. I mean, that's just, it is what it is. So when you have a conversation with somebody, if somebody gets upset and it goes to the left, most men, real men, not gay men, not bitch men, you know what I'm saying? The guys that is kind of soft, but real men are going to feel like, you know what I mean? Straight men are going to feel like if you tell my wife to shut the fuck up, I'm going to have a problem with it.
Girl, it just got worse. Yeah. The more she's talked, it just got worse and worse.
If somebody gets upset and it goes to the left, most men, real men, not gay men, not I'm
gonna let y'all hear it again.
You know what I'm saying? The guys that is kind of soft, but real men are gonna feel like, you know what I mean? Straight men are gonna feel like if you tell my wife to shut the fuck up, I'm gonna have a problem with it. I mean, that's just, it is what it is. So when you have a conversation with somebody,
okay. So as a response, this guy named Jerome said this: gay men are not synonymous with soft, bitch, or unreal men. People are still attempting to define a real man based on his sexual orientation or whether he is feminine or not. I don't care how many LGBT plus friends or fans you have. That implies you should definitely know better. My initial response was to call her, but it is not always our responsibility to show grace and educate privately when it comes to public disrespect. Even our faves can make mistakes and need to be corrected. This was a trashy take, especially since I know homosexual men who consistently stand up for and protect women and their significant others verbally, emotionally, and physically. And he added, Dr. Heavenly girl, okay, so I go back to that turtle, baby. Ain't gonna be no correcting your ass on the date the next day. I'm gonna correct your ass in front of this McDonald's where that disrespect happened at. So Jerome called it to the carpet openly. So Dr. Heavenly conceded And she said, per her social media, I'm with you. I apologize. It was an ignorant statement. I'm grown. I'm a grown ass woman. I can admit when I'm wrong, and I didn't mean it that way. Now, I'm going to also read to you guys Funky Dineva's statement, and then play a part of his show where he further elaborated, because what I do love that Funky Dineva does is that he stirs these conversations when necessary, and I love that, because yeah, I just love that for us. He said this, what Dr. Heavenly said is how most of y'all feel. My text messages have been going off all night, people wanting to know what I think. Here's what I think. I have learned how to navigate the world being considered less than a man since the 3rd grade. Honestly, I have no real reaction. It's another day at the office for me. Unfortunately, especially in the Black community, this is a shared thought by the majority. I can't upset my makeup and disturb my tears being upset about a belief that won't change in this lifetime. Or I can keep scrolling through Uber Eats. Uber Eats it is. Oh, he said, I can't upset my makeup. These are my official thoughts. So y'all can stop asking me and tagging me. And yes, I'll still be her friend the same way I'm friends with the rest of y'all and your closeted beliefs about gay men. And it's par for the course, girl. Y'all know we have discussions, girl. Funky Dineva then went on to his channel tonight, and he said this, and we're gonna play this I'm just gonna play it from his YouTube channel. Check out what he had to say. You guys, please thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Share. Follow Reckless Logic. That's with 2 C's on Instagram and YouTube. And if you are loving the show, definitely throw some coin on the king at Consciouztv, $ Cash App, or paypal.me/Consciouztv. And Reckless's Cash App is Reckless Logic. Both of our handles are in our avatar titles.
You know, there was a lot of y'all who didn't even want me to bring up the Dr. Heavenly thing again or whatever. But I'm actually going to bring it up because it's been bothering me. It has been bothering me.
Think about a child you love.
He paying them bills shy, and we already seeing Crystal in the chat, girl, saying, bye, Funky, and stop calling me fish. Baby. Jesus.
It's been bothering me for the last 24 hours. And so, as a result of, you know, Dr. Heavenly's comments, you guys can go back and find them in reference to gay men not being real men or whatever. And she didn't mean it like that. And listen, in being friends with Dr. Heavenly, you know, she's made comments like that before in my face. You know, she's made comments like, you know, oh, if a man called me a bitch, you know, my husband would probably fight, but, you know, he probably wouldn't even get mad if one of the gay boys did it or whatever, because, you know, it's not the same. You know, he don't look at you like y'all not like a real man or whatever the case may be.
I'm sorry. That's so insulting, but that is a cackle bit. It's how casual and unaware she is about the sheer insult that's in the underbelly of a statement like that. It ain't even really in the underbelly, baby. It's in the damn baby. That's a whole fupa as an insult.
Look at it sideways, keep it moving, choose to address it and fix it, keep it moving, whatever the case may be. And I wrote the comment because everybody's blowing my phone up, and I wrote, do y'all now see why I don't fool up with fish too heavy?
Here we go.
That was my comment. Do y'all now
putting out one fire to create a goddamn other?
See why I don't fool up with fish too heavy? Then my comment was, what Heavenly said is how most of y'all feel. My text messages have been going off all night. People wanting to know.
We read that, so let's just skim through that and get to his commentary, which I have not heard. This is my first time hearing his commentary.
It's par for the course. And here is the thing. I stand by my comments 400 times. I double down on my comments 400 times. And y'all just gonna have to get into it, because let me first acknowledge that, and I hate that we live in a world where every time you talk about something, you have to say some, not all. Some, not all. Some, not all. Okay? And listen, I know that when I use the word fish in my captions sometimes, that it upsets some of y'all and it tap dance on some of y'all.
Okay, Crystal, he's speaking directly to you, sis. He's speaking directly to you, sis. And she just said, so he doesn't mess with fish. Oh, okay, I don't want him, so I don't watch him, so he doesn't have to fool with me. So he about to speak right to your HR complaint.
And if I'm being perfectly honest, I do it on purpose lots of times. But I also want you to understand that when I make comments, and see, Melissa, you put the perfect comment. We are all being judged and critiqued. Black women. Oh, no, Melissa, you got a good comment, not you. No, you got a good comment. What I want y'all to understand sometimes is that number one, if it don't apply, let it fly. And number two, truthfully speaking, in this moment, I'm not talking to y'all. In this moment, I am not talking to y'all. I am not talking to women. I am not talking to Black women. In this moment, I am talking to my gay boys. And I think what a lot of y'all fail to realize is that I am a gay boy first, okay? I'm a gay boy first. I like the fact that y'all like coming over here, playing in my front yard. I respect the fact that y'all like to play in my treehouse and eat my snacks. But at the very end of the day, I am a gay boy first. And I have a different experience on this planet than Black women, than Black men. I am talking to my gay boys when I say things like, you need...
Okay, so I'm going to try to see if I can get to his commentary on Dr. Heavenly. But while he already here, your thoughts on fish, the term fish, the use of fish, with biological women's adverse reaction to the term fish, your stance.
Oh, I guess you. Hello, I got downloaded the problematic spirit tonight. Alrighty, so here's the thing. Me personally, I don't use the word fish. That's not in my vocabulary. I don't use the word fish. But I'm gonna tell you what a bit of my issue is. The issue that I take, and I've heard you say this before in the past, is where you have a community that have their own language, and especially when a term is uplifting, the way that fish is used within the gay community. Now, I do understand people may not like it. So plus it's not even in my vocabulary. So for me, I wouldn't use it. And especially if someone told me they don't like it, I wouldn't use it. But I do see a consistent thing. I guess I just got to be problematic. Fuck it. I do see a consistent theme a lot of the times, especially when we have these conversations and someone said it in the chat about fish, about cis, is that the thing is that when these words are presented they present them out of context. They present them as if these things are slurs. No, these things are not slurs, because every single time that fish is used, especially in its original context, it is a way to uplift women. Because a lot of these different terms, a lot of these different language that we use in the gay queer community, same thing with being melanated, of how we talk AAVE. They're used as a way so you can identify who's who. So when I get to saying stuff like fish or something like that, now keep in mind I don't use the term, y'all, is that these things were used because it was a way to be able to code and use coded language to tell, okay, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, okay, so you're part of the queer community as well. And the thing that I don't like is that they kind of do like the whole DEI and the fucking woke and critical race theory shit, to where they bastardize the term. Now I can get, you may not like it and all these things, and for me personally, I respect it, but it's just the thing of, you come to a community, you be part of the community, and then you want to dictate the community. That's all I have to say as of right now.
And that's what he meant by, like, people forget he's a gay man, so he's going to speak according to his culture. But I do want to make a little bit of a expound upon the whole fish term in the queer community. Fish initially was a term used to uplift and liberate trans women, because in the earlier beginnings of the trans evolution, trans women were complimented with the term fish if they could pass as a biological woman. And this term fish spoke to this insatiable appetite amongst trans women to really be able to pass and blend in with natural born women by pedestalizing and glorifying the vagina. It's good, it's bad, and it's motherfucking ugly. So what the queer community did, what the trans community did, was take the most uncomfortable aspects about the vagina and, out of a desire to no matter good, bad, or indifferent of the vagina, basically stood in the fact that they wanted a vagina, whether it was whoppy or fishy, bitch. From a whoppy vagina, a perfect vagina, a fishy vagina, trans women, give me that motherfucking pussy, bitch. So the term fish was birthed out of affirming trans women and spoke to trans women's at that time perceived desire for a vagina. There's more trans women now who do not feel the need to go through a sex change, but in the earlier years, when queerness was still like very underground, much so, and the ballroom culture was heavy, and queer people were still living underneath the sewers, living in the sewers of society, you know, these were the go-tos. A lot of people forget that queer people lived as a very cloaked secret society almost. So there was a lot of fantasy around what it would be like to quote unquote be normal. That's what passivity for trans people was equivalent to. Normalcy. Oh my God, girl, could you imagine having a pussy titties, bitch? Could you imagine being real fishy, bitch? Oh, or for gay men, this obsession with blending or masking as a masculine person. for gay men, like blending as a masculine man. It's the same thing. It was this obsession and fantasy over what it would feel like to quote unquote be normal, to be unclockable. So these are concepts and languages and realities that are created out of the complexities of queer people's psychology and the way that queer people have had to navigate the type of language, like Reckless was saying, that we've had to develop or chose to develop, you know, speaking amongst each other, about each other. And the term fish has always been a positive colloquialism for queer people. It doesn't matter how offended nobody is, it's always been a positive. Trans women are complimented when they are referred to as fish, even though fish is associated with a unfortunate aroma from the vagina. But it's almost like the term, it's almost like the N-word, where you've taken the worst parts of the alleged people, or you've taken the most insulting thing about a situation and transmuted it into a term of affection. Now, because of social media, we got queer people out in open society. They, you know, we in the light. We've come from up under the sewers. So now you have a lot of the dominant society, aka heterosexual people, who are experiencing queer culture. And they're like, hold on, what, bitch, fish? What? Like, oh, girl, this is And what they are really getting access to, once again, is our language, our culture, and yeah, having to see how queer people get down and what they speak like. And once again, having to hear the word in the term fish, which has always been used as a affirming word for trans women. And because now we have heterosexual women in our culture and in our spaces, and we're in theirs, this language bleeds out and bleeds over. Now, like Reckless, I don't use the word fish. If I wanted to, I would, but I don't use the F word. I don't use fish. Those are just not my preferred terms. And I do think there is something to be said about the double standard that Reckless was also talking about too, because just like for the women who say they're not fish, we're not girls, but women have been able to historically refer to gay men and effeminate men as girls, and gay men have taken it. Gay men have allowed that to be what it is, because when biological women say that to us, oh, hey, girl, we know what they mean. We know that they're not reducing our masculinity, or they're not reducing our humanity. They're not even insulting per se our masculinity. When your good Judy, or a female, you know, sees a man that she believes is notably feminine, and she develops some types of proxy to him, and then she gets comfortable and starts maybe using the she pronouns, we know that it's not meant to be insulting, and most gay men don't take it as an insult. Do you take it as an insult?
No. Because
I bring that up to say that this is where the hypocrisy comes from. Both communities use language that can be argued to be offensive by somebody looking, but who and because of that, why is there a heavier policing on queer language that's designed to be positive, and you don't see that from the queer community, who are heavily policing women when it comes to the term and use of girl being thrown around, even when the gay man is masculine, even when the gay man is a top. And you don't see this heavy pushback. You don't see this congressional hearing. You don't see this narrative that, oh, I'm not a girl, I'm not a female, you need to refer to me as a man. I don't care how feminine. You don't really see that in the droves. Yes.
I just want to be clear about what I'm saying as well. In addition to what you're saying, is that to really wrap this up in a nutshell, the issue that I'm addressing, because for me, like I said, if a person says they don't like it, for one, I don't even use it. But if I say something, that person be like, I don't say that, or okay, cool, whatever. Not for me, it's not a big deal. Cool, whatever. Even though I don't use the term. But all I'm saying is, in really addressing, is the fact that the community will have a term, a word, and tell the uninformed other person that this is the definition and this is the context historically for this word. And then the uninformed person who may not understand the context and or history of said language would also be in community with said other community, and then to say, I don't give a fuck what you tell me about said word. The definition that I hold in my head and also in my heart is what it is, despite what the fuck you tell me and also what the history tells us. Despite all of that, this is what the context of said word is, and that's the reason why I don't like it. That's the issue, and I'm not gonna lie, because I'm also gonna add myself in there as well too. For me personally, I used to have a issue with being called a Yank by Haitians, which means it's Black American. That's essentially what it means. And I had to check myself. I was like, girl, especially once I realized that it's not a demeaning word. It's just that's their language. That's how they speak. Why am I offended? Like, I had to check myself. So I'm not above it either. But the thing is that when people keep telling y'all that these are what these words mean, and then it's not only people are telling y'all or trying to inform other people about said words, is that the history backs it up. That's what I'm saying. Because we're also the same groups of people that say follow the science, follow the facts, and the facts are on our side. But then it's oh no, I still don't like it because of the definition that I have in my word. Now of the definition of this said word. Now the thing is, you can still not like it. Okay, cool. For me, like I said, I don't have to use it, even though I don't use it at all. But the thing is to still dictate that this is what this word is, even though that's not the case. That's what I'm saying.
And what I'm going to add to that is, and see, this is what the policing is. It's not policing. I mean, it can be argued to be so, but it's not policing per se if somebody use a term in a direct reference to you individually, and you say, hey, don't call me that. If you're being directly addressed, the policing be off the chain when people be speaking generally, using terms that are meant to be endearing. Like that'd be equivalent to somebody coming into the room saying, what's up, my niggas, in a room full of Black folk. It's like, I mean, I ain't really got to take issues with that. You are addressing everybody in the room, but that's like general, even if I don't personally like to be referred to as nigga. But if you walk up to me and address me as nigga, what's up, my nigga, then I will take my opportunity to correct you, even if you're using that term in an endearing way. So the same thing with the term fish. The over-policing comes when somebody is speaking generally. Like, yeah, oh, girl, I was walking past and I walked past fish on yesterday, girl, and they was dressed cute. And then somebody who's not, some woman who's not being spoken to directly, but it's just listening to you speak and use this endearing term generally, being like, don't call me fish. Excuse me, was I talking to you? I did not personalize fish to you. I did not personally refer to you as fish. You can't tell me what to not to refer to an entire group as if I'm speaking generally, and I'm using appropriate language as far as I'm concerned, because I know what this language means and what the energy is behind this language. But then you got to take what's being said generally and then make it applicable to you. That's ridiculous. That's where the ridiculousness is. Just like girl. I've been around gay men who don't like to be called girl by nobody, not by other gay men, not by trans women, not by biological women. If somebody came into the room and was like, "What's going on, girls?" I've seen gay men not push back, but if that person comes up to them and starts using that term, they'll politely correct them and be like, "Yo,
chill out with that."
Yeah, like, don't call me girl. And that's all good because now you're being personally addressed and you have a right to be addressed however you see fit when someone is directly and intimately speaking to you, regardless of what they mean by what they're saying. So this attempt to like police an entire goddamn culture and to police language that's meant to be positive when used in a general way is where the absurdity is. That's where the absurdity is. Just like me, I used the word bitch. I love bitch. I call my broccoli bitch. I call my house bitch. I said, damn, look at my bitch today, girl. She looks good, girl. When my landscapers get done with my yard, girl, this bitch looking good, girl. Like, I'm obsessed with bitch. I get it from my mama. She magnified the term bitch. Everything was bitch to her. So I live for the term bitch, but I don't ever refer to women directly. I don't refer to nobody directly as bitch. I don't, except for my gay dudes. Well, yeah, I do. I call like all of my friends, I'd be like, bitch, 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 bitch. Like people I'm in a relationship to. But when I'm just operating in my regular everyday life, I don't refer to people as bitch. You know, if I'm sitting around in public talking to somebody, or we at a festival or at a concert, or I'm at a town hall or whatever it is, I'm not just gonna use the term bitch because I find it inappropriate.
Yeah.
That's only relationship language. I'm not just going to
because we know each other.
And be flippant with bitch. Even when it comes to gay men, I don't throw the word girl around unless I know that gay person personally. But if I am just in a space with other people who queer, I refer to people how you refer to somebody casually. I call them by their name, etc. And that's my personal preference and how I personally get down. Am I ever gonna am I gonna stop using bitch on my personal platform? No, because this is my house. This is my house. And when I'm using bitch and in the ways in which I'm using bitch, I'm using them in the ways that I feel are appropriate for the moment, whether they are enduring or whether they are meant to send your ass into oblivion. And I'm going to use that language. And I'm okay with that not being everybody's cup of tea, which is also what fucking Dineva is saying. It's like, look, girl, this is my language. And you talk how the fuck you talk. And you probably say things that I don't fucking agree with or use language I don't fucking employ. And that's your right and that's your business. So, you know, if you don't like it, then you just got to find you somewhere else to be, which is okay because everybody can get in where they fit in at. But it's interesting. Like our dynamics as Black queer people with dominant society, with dominant Black society, it's very fascinating to me. It's a whole case study, but I don't want to spend too much time on Fish. Fish wasn't even supposed to be the goddamn topic tonight.
Yeah.
Let me fast forward and see if I can get his commentary on this actual like quote unquote homophobia. He paying them bills and we got two thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Yeah, we're having a town hall and we will drop the link if you guys want to come up and give y'all's 1-2 on the Erica Mena and or Funky. Well, to hell with his commentary. Dr. Heavenly. I ain't got time to be. I should have vetted his commentary and found it before I got up here instead of doing it in real time. So, but Dr. Heavenly, what are your thoughts on her statements?
It kind of goes to what I said earlier in the Erica Mena conversation, where I said that people a lot of times in their conscious mind, they believe that they may hold certain belief systems or whatever that may be, but they also need to check their subconscious, which works on autopilot. And so to her, she made it feel like that there may be some type of queerphobia or whatever, because to her point, she's around queer people. She likes queer people. She doesn't hold to her, I believe, she doesn't hold a bias, at least in her conscious mind, the way that she may view herself to queer people. But that subconscious mind, if not checked in terms of your belief systems, your philosophies, a lot of the times, especially in moments like this, when you just get to talking, especially when the main target wasn't even supposed to be queer people or queer men. The main target that she was referring to was husbands and heterosexual men. So her conscious mind was focusing on heterosexual men and the husbands having an issue with their spouses being talked to a certain way, but that subconscious was also referring to queer people, queer men specifically. So whatever that subconscious was, whatever's feeding that subconscious is going to somehow come out in the conscious mind, whether you realize it or not. That's the reason why you have to check it, because there's levels to queerphobia or whatever system that we're referring to. And this also goes to how another example of how, like we said in the Erica Mena, is how people like to weaponize these systems. Now, if heterosexual men do something that may be a little different, they're called sassy. Or if they do something that is traditionally deemed as feminine, they're considered to be sassy. But a lot of the times, the word sassy is weaponized by the other party, whoever that party may be, because the queer people do it too, to where it's used as a way to demonize the person that is being used against. Specifically, a lot of times it's men. So yeah, that's what I think so far.
I agree with that. The underbelly is crazy. Fucking Dineva said that Dr. Heavenly, like, this wasn't just an isolated slip up, girl. That this is how she speaks in general. And my question is, if this is how she speaks in general,
only God knew,
and he was really bothered by this commentary from her, well, I don't understand then how Dr. Heavenly still manifested this commentary if he was also like correcting her, or was he just acknowledging that she said these things, but he never really pushed back, I guess, because he maybe just allows himself to believe that she don't mean no harm by it. So he never really challenged her when she said these things. But that's actually kind of maybe a part of the problem, because Dr. Heavenly is a public figure and she runs that big ass mouth on a public platform. And if the things as a gay man can, that she says can be problematic even on a personal level, then it can be problematic on a public level. So why not have kind of like pulled your friend aside and was like, sis, you need to kind of like clean that up. Like, I know you don't mean no harm, but you like raise your self-awareness, baby, because what you're saying actually is a insult. Like, it's not it's backhanded. It's not something that can be argued to be an insult. It actually is a insult, because you are literally disqualifying queer men's sense of self and their manhood by putting this line of demarcation between the gay boys and the straight men. And then that's rooted in orientation, not even in nothing else. Like, you're just making a very blanketed, offensive statement, and gay men are getting the backhand indirectly for whatever you're trying to prove about straight men. And I see this all the time too. And I feel, I'm not gonna say I feel away, but it's always funny to me, because I'm just like, this obsession with femininity in general when it comes to men is crazy as fuck, because I am definitely like a self-governed androgynous man. I have both masculine and feminine energy. I use my penis and my ass sexually. I employ both of my energies to navigate my interpersonal relationship to myself, socially, etc. I totally embrace my femininity and my masculinity. I don't have no shame. Clearly, I don't. I'm completely well in my being. And I'm just like, if tapping into your femininity or having femininity as a man, gay or straight, was a weakness, then that's really odd, because I'm the pillar in my community. I'm the person that pay other people's bills. I'm the person that people move in with. I'm the person with the fucking resources. I'm the person with the fucking platform. I'm the fucking person that have things to give, and I work. And I'm protective, which are all masculine qualities.
Come on, any leaks.
Reckless is a big booty bottom, and he's a whole fucking soldier.
Girl.
So this whole conversation around femininity, when you got gay men out here driving fucking tanks and launching goddamn missiles and laying their damn life down on line to protect a whole fucking country, and people have the audacity to shrink gay men based upon their perceivable mannerisms or their orientation, it's really wild. Because just like being a woman and being a feminine woman don't make you any less competent. It don't make you any less independent. It don't make you any less capable. Being feminine as a man don't make a fucking man any less independent, any less capable, any less motherfucking competent. If you consider yourself to be a badass bitch who holds your motherfucking own as a girly girl, then how is that literally not the same case for other feminine identifying members of society, like trans women or trans men or queer men or heterosexual men? Because women are also making a backhanded insult to themselves when they embrace that type of like feminine shaming. Kind of like in the gay community, bottom shaming is a backhand insult. Feminine shaming amongst feminine beings is a backhanded compliment, because you are suggesting that femininity is somehow the lesser of the two polarities. But go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'm not shocked that Heavenly has said this bullshit. It's because before in the past she's also said things, and Heavenly, at least the way that she presents herself, the more that she speaks, the more I start to believe it. Because before I thought she would just like, try to put on an act. But the more that she speaks, I start to believe it. But she presents herself as a mammy. The man is the head of the household. He's doing this, he's doing that. You must cook and clean and all this other stuff. Now, I also heard from other content creators that are more in depth in terms of Heavenly and the way that she operates and moves. Because for me, I only know surface level. They said that they can tell by the commentary that she has given on her platform and also throughout the show that she kind of makes her husband feel good. And so she probably say things just so he can have this false thing. But actually, I thought about it. Even if that's the case, bitch, that's still mammy-like. But I digress. But I'm not shocked that she said some shit like that. Is because if you look into, she believes that man is the head of the household. She has very outdated belief systems. So for me personally, it's not shocking that she probably has an outdated subconscious philosophy about femininity, about men, women, and also queer people. So it's not shocking to me about that. Now I want to ask you a question that we spoke about some time back. Do you believe, because I mean we spoke about this and we were very unfiltered, do you believe that we make exceptions in terms of our relationships with people when we know that there are some levels of queerphobia, racism, colorism, etc., etc., etc.?
I mean, of course, and I definitely do, and I ain't got no problem with it, because I know there ain't no bitch or nigga on this motherfucking earth perfect, and ain't none of these hoes got no automatic instinctual download of all the information there is in the world and of higher consciousness, and that we're going to be a product of what we have learned and what we haven't been taught. So I do make grace and make space to be reasonable in that sense. I am not about to walk around this world as a lonely ass bitch without no family and friends, because hoes need to grow the fuck up in some ways. So if their ignorance is more like covert, then I can make space for that, and I'll still hold them accountable and egg on their growth and maturity. But if their ignorance is like very overt, then it will be intolerable, and that will be a deal breaker. How about you?
I'm the same way. Because that's kind of what I deal with in my personal life, to where I know that from the surface level, some of the comments that are made about melanated people, I'm not gonna say melanated people because I'll be checking them hoes, but I'm gonna go with it. Melanated people, I know about queer people and stuff. Surface level, it seems harmless, but when you start to go down that rabbit hole, especially knowing that I am around MAGA and knowing that I am around people who don't, you could tell they don't really go down a rabbit hole in terms of philosophy and thought, that to them it's just okay, it's just the thought process. It is what it is. I moved on. I treat you with respect, and I kind of have my own, my own thought process, but it's not, it's harmless. It's my First Amendment right and all the other shit. But I've kind of made space to where it's like, okay, if it's not overt, if it's not obvious to my naked eye or to my ears, then I can make room. I can make room for growth, because I do also remember at one point in time I needed someone to make room, which was you, made room for me and my growth at the end of the day. So yeah.
All right, so Heavenly, she chooses to double down because Uncle Joy said that Funky Dineva said in his commentary that he's checked her before. She's chosen to remain this way. The scriptures say that love covers a multitude of ignorant assholes. So, I mean, some people got the space to just make space for that, because he did say he's still gonna be her friend. That's his choice, and that's okay. But he's also choosing to still correct her when she does it as well. So I guess, the agreement is, girl, I'm gonna let you be yourself, and you definitely gonna let me be myself. So you can say what you want to say, but I'm also say what the fuck I want to say as well. And if I got a problem with what you said, I'm going to entitle myself to say I got a problem, as long as you continue to say the problematic shit. So, I guess it's fair in that way. Heavenly, get it together, ma'am. Definitely male identified, and that's okay to love your man, girl. But you are a public figure, and what you're actually saying is very insulting, and it's also just very untrue, and it lacks any real credentials and any actual historical relevancy. It's a new day and a new age. Feminine men are running the fucking world with black women, honey. We're the CEOs. We in every field. We do everything, both manual, non-manual, feminine, nor feminine. So just get it together, Miss Mamas. Do you want to drop the link? Do you want to entertain some thoughts and opinions, including some objections? Because we're open to objections as well. Do you have time to take questions?
What's going to be your, because we have to solidify, if we drop this link, we have to solidify a time that it doesn't matter who else is in line, we cutting this bad boy off.
It ain't got to be long. I mean, like,
okay, drop the link.
We ain't going to be here all night, so y'all come up one by one, say what you got to say, talk to the people. I got to use the restroom super quick.
Girl, I was finna go to the restroom, but all right. How y'all doing, y'all? Y'all make sure you guys thumbs up this video. Really gonna help out with YouTube's algorithm. Please, thumbs up, y'all make sure y'all continue to support the Kang. And this is another thing I wanted to say about the faux Funky Dineva too. And the thing is that, like Conscious said previously, is that Funky Dineva, a lot of the times he does love to stir the pot, which is another reason why I believe he also uses the word fish. I could be right, I could be wrong, but I do believe that he loves using that word in terms of fish. Also, yes, also to know that they just to piss y'all to fly and fuck off and kind of get it going.
Hit the link if y'all are coming up, because if y'all ain't, we are going to be wrapping the show up. Okay, so this is another question while we're waiting on anybody to come up if they're interested. Do you? Funky Dineva said in his on his Instagram that he's over it. He's kind of numb to it, like a lot of queer people are. Like, we really just go the fuck on at this point, because he said this is how a lot of people feel, and queer people know it deep down. This idea of queer people like are tolerating homophobic people, which is kind of, I guess, in line with the question you just asked me about like this ratio. Like we know most people are problematic. We know most hetero presenting folk have some type of internalized homophobia, transphobia, queerphobia. We see it in the underbelly of their language and the way they think, and sometimes the things that they say, whether they are consciously or unconsciously aware. Do you agree with him that the majority of dominant society holds some type of internalized, misogynistic, patriarchal, queerphobic ass ideal or sentiment? Or do you think that that's of a dying breed at this point?
Both, but I'm gonna say yes because that's what we all grew up under. There's a reason why there's something called self-hate, because we've also been a part of the MK Ultra. So which means that if we are are able to go under MK Ultra of self-hate, then that means that the other classes and groups of people have also been part of that same mind programming BS. But I was gonna say, in terms of like a dying breed, I do believe that the pendulum is swinging. Well, I know that the pendulum is swinging, but it hasn't fully made it like run its course. So yes, it's a dying breed, but I do believe that a lot of people do hold those sentiments, and that's another reason why I kept mentioning the subconscious, to where in your conscious mind you may not feel or even know that you have a certain belief, but that does not mean in your subconscious. That's the reason why you need to address it, and that's all of us.
And China S is a whole troll talking about Dineva going to use fish and other gay lingo that was part of our community, and heterosexual folks don't get to cherry pick at what we use. That's why I even use it from time to time, baby. It's y'all trolling heterosexuals for me.
Girl.
it's y'all trolling dominant society for me.
Girl.
Baby. I miss. And if y'all want to come up and sound off about how y'all feel about fish, y'all can. If y'all pro fish, anti-fish, y'all can come up and sound off about it. Let's talk about it. We making the space grow. Okay. We having a sensible dialogue, an open dialogue, child. So y'all better hit the link. Any other aspect of this Dr. Heavenly shit that tugs at your lace front?
No. I think we done talked about it all, girl. I think at this point, if that's the case, then we might as well just end the show right here.
I mean, we can. All right, y'all. So that was the show, girl. This was a great discussion. This was a key. It was educational. And of course, we got China. Hey, China.
I mean, if you just gonna keep, sending out the invitation, baby, I might as well just go ahead and step into the room. You know, I love my people.
Might as well, child. Hey, boo.
Hey, Reckless. Hey, Conscious, man. First of all, another wonderful show. You know what I'm saying? But let's just jump right into it. Hell yes, we just gonna keep using fish. We gonna keep using it all, baby. Okay. Heterosexual women, heteros, all y'all gonna know how to shut on up for that. Heavenly is definitely wrong. She been wrong, and most heterosexual women are just wrong in that regard. That's exactly how they think, and that's exactly how they feel. I mean, Funky has mentioned this on his platform multiple times. I'm a watcher of his. I'm a follower of his, and he's not right. And what he said tonight in regards to the statement specifically, he made it very clear that he wasn't talking to women or his core audience, which mostly are women. He was speaking for the gay boys and putting them up on game, and he been putting them up on game. You keep fish at a motherfucking distance because they will play in your motherfucking face. Period.
Okay, so can you unpack that a little bit? Okay, like this concept of playing in their face. What do dominant members of society do?
I mean, it's like, and mind you, because since I am a lesbian Black woman, I feel like I get it in different ways. When it comes to like being in spaces with Black women or heterosexual women or even Black heterosexual men. When it comes to downplaying even like your womanhood or just being a man. First of all, the fact that, okay, gay boys can get a pass for doing certain things or acting certain ways because they don't consider them to be real men. That real man thing has been even said even by some of my even close family members. And I'm like, wait, let's dive into that. What do you mean they're not real men? Like, why is it acceptable for one to do it? but not the other. And I think if we were able to dive into a better explanation for why it's acceptable, like you don't have the same offense because it's coming from somebody that you consider family, instead of just saying, well, I guess they just saying how they truly feel. You don't feel like this person is valid or a real man, whatever that means to you. But it is an offensive statement to say. I've had been in rooms with men, at the barbershops or something like that, and not considering me to be, a woman. So the different things that they're able to say in regards to women that are so disrespectful, calling them bitches and just going and just being real vile and disrespectful. Yet when I speak on it, well, I shouldn't be on that side, or I shouldn't have any feelings in regards to how you speaking towards women, because I don't count. I've been told I don't count. So
okay, so let me ask you this, because this is where it's gonna get sticky. Because I know what patriarchy sounds like too in men's spaces. It's very rough. The conversations about women are very to the point, very rough. It's oftentimes very sexually charged conversation. There's a lot of use of the term "hoe bitch," da 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 da. Even though it can be argued that straight men are also in their own spaces using maybe that language in a non-offensive way, but just in a way that men are used to communicating amongst each other about sex, about the opposite sex. And so could the same be argued that just like straight folks should not police queer people in their spaces about the language they use if that language is not per se meant to be offensive? Isn't it the same way when it comes to man cave conversations? Like if we enter into heavily heteronormative masculine spaces where men speak a certain way, quote unquote, passively and or non-disrespectfully, no matter how that language is used, that is not meant to be disrespectful. Are we being hypocrites, or is it really like the pendulum has to swing from left to right?
That's a good question. I want to say there is a disconnect. That something in me says something about it still ain't right. That there is a difference in a way, and I'm just give me a minute to articulate it.
Hey, y'all, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. I'm gonna read some comments while Achana is gathering her articulation. Child, y'all, thumbs up. I'm gonna drop the link too if anybody want to come up. Andrew said, our community has been so homophobic for so long that many times we don't even realize what Heavily said isn't true. Our community has accepted what she said as fact and didn't stop to think that it's not. Honey says Funky hangs out with Heavenly a lot. I'm sure it's not the first time she has said something offensive. I think he allows it in other people, which is why she felt comfortable enough to say it on the show. We also have Lady Sparkle. Hey, Lady Sparkle.
How you doing? What's up, Consciouztv stars? That's my baby.
Hey, boo. How you doing?
Y'all know what? Child, Heavenly. You better live up to your name, Heavenly. I don't know what she said, but honey, child, hey, panel.
She basically, well, I'm gonna let you hear it because it's super quick. She says this right here.
So when you have a conversation with somebody, if somebody gets upset and it goes to the left, most men, real men, not gay men, not bitch men, you know what I'm saying? The guys that is kind of soft, but real men are gonna feel like, you know what I mean? Straight men are gonna feel like if you tell my wife to shut the fuck up, I'm gonna have a problem with it.
So she said that real men are straight men, basically, not bitch men or soft men or gay men who are considered weak men in her eyes. But she apologized and said that she don't mean what it sounds like she means.
What? Listen, that goddamn maze and shit that's going on. Ain't nobody got time for all that shit, Heavenly girl. Listen, Men are men at the end of the day. And yes, she was talking to gay men because I'm a trans woman, baby.
Period.
So I don't know. Y'all listen, y'all eat that slice, that pie, that cake, that cookie, that cupcake, or whatever the fuck, and make a vanilla strawberry chocolate shake shit. Heavily, watch your words carefully, girl. Oh shit, she just posted. What she said? I'm sure the ladies are nicer. Have fun. Oh, now she's throwing shade at Phaedra. Snatch. Bitch, yo, we just got snatched. Girl, it's a shame and a scandal. Yo, everybody been saying my shit. It's a shame and a scandal, honey.
And a
But yeah,
motherfucking scandal.
and yes, but loves of my conscience, my baby, my TV stars. I got Miss Legendary Essie Berry on my platform, so I gotta go back home. But girl, it's a
Oh,
lot going on. It's
tell Miss Berry, hey.
Joy. All right, I definitely will.
All right,
John, one more
baby.
thing. Let's
Mhm.
what you think about this Wendy girl? Cause see, I got personal experience with Wendy, but child.
Who? Wendy who?
Else you doing? The
Oh,
legendary girl.
that's a whole other moment. I'm coming back tomorrow to get into Miss Wendy. Miss, how you doing?
That's like honey, cause I'm a
Mm-hmm.
alive. All right, love y'all. Thank you. How you
I
doing,
love
lady,
you
y'all?
too. That
Yeah.
was our Lady Sparkle, y'all. I make sure that y'all support Lady Sparkle on her YouTube channel. What's going on, Andrea?
Hey, Conscious, how you doing?
I am well. How are you?
I'm well. All I wanted to say was a lot of times, I told you this is my journey here. I love when you educate like this because this is my own personal journey that I
Mhm.
wish people would accept for themselves and then they would realize how wrong what she said is. The
Mhm.
problem, I feel like the problem is when people hear this conversation, they didn't even recognize what was wrong about it at first. They didn't because the black community is extremely homophobic. As like I said in the chat before, I understood exactly what you guys were saying when you were saying like this is something we were saying in our community and we had our own definitions, and then you all started being around more and more, and then start trying to police what our community is saying. It instantly made me think about the communities, the black communities in DC
Mm.
when there's the tradition of playing go-go music all all the time in these neighborhoods, and then as they became more and more gentrified, more and more white people moved into these neighborhoods, and then they started to complain and saying, oh, they need to turn this music down, it's just too loud, why are they playing this music all the time? This is something that happened in these neighborhoods. This is something that was accepted and embraced in these neighborhoods. You moved yourself into this neighborhood and then started to try to dictate to these people what was acceptable, what music and what times to play music, what levels to play this music. You moved into their environment and then started trying to police and control how they behaved in their environment. Well, no one should want this. No, you should have checked this out, before you moved here. It's not like they weren't playing it when you came. You moved into this neighborhood and then you decided that what you wanted to do and what you felt is appropriate should be the norm. And regardless of what standards are already in place there, regardless of what this means and whatever traditions that they have that were already in place, I feel like that is the same thing with fish because women decided and got the wrong connotation, or but that still reminds me of this and it reminds me. I don't care what it reminds you of, that's not what it is. That's not what they're telling you. This is what this means. Well, I don't like that. I feel uncomfortable. Then maybe you shouldn't go in and police until they're telling you. So now you need to ask yourself, if I'm being told that what I'm thinking is incorrect, why is it still a problem for me? Because it's not, it can't be the word because they've already told you what that word means. Like I said, the same thing is about cis.
Mhm.
If you have a problem hearing somebody says, cisgendered, when you realize cis is just a synonym for biological, it is a scientific term. You don't have a problem with calling a doctor, a physician, and a teacher, an instructor. You don't have a problem with calling a flight attendant, a stewardess, then why do you have a problem with cis and biological? They're just synonyms. So you have to start digging deeper, which is what I had to do for myself. And why is this? If the problem is, if this isn't, because I thought it was a made up word, I thought I was like, oh my God, I can't keep learning all this stuff. Now when I realized no, it's not a made up word, then why is it still bothering me? So that's when I said, okay, well maybe I'm not as accepting, or maybe I'm not as evolved as I thought I was, and I had to do the work on myself. I think that's the problem in our neighborhood, in our community.
And I would like to add. Oh, go ahead.
I like the language of gentrifying a people's culture, because we forget sometimes we are the visitors.
Yeah.
We are the visitors. And I also have called out the same frustration when it comes to the dominant side society with this claim that, oh my God, all these pronouns, all this. I'm like, but you're not as passionate and adverse to the fact that people are out here losing their lives and dying spiritually, mentally, and emotionally because of all the effort that went into teaching people to be harmful toward this group of people. So we don't want to spend the time to learn the solution, which really we're just being defaulting back down to the harmful behavior.
It's easier to get hung up on the words and argue over the words than to really dig into why are these words triggering this? Because again, we all think we are better than that. And so it can't be me. I can't be the problem. I can't be homophobic in any way. So this must be the problem. No, them saying this is the problem, not that I'm being triggered for the wrong reasons is the problem. Because again, I told you, I always say that's why those white people that were so proud of themselves for voting for Barack Obama the first time, that's why there's some of the people that hate him the most now. They thought they were the kind of person, they were so proud they went and voted for him, and I'm this kind of person. But the sight of him in that White House triggered something inside them that they did not know was there. And they told themselves that they weren't those types of people, that they weren't racist, they didn't hold these biases. So the fact that it's triggering something, it can't be me because I am not that. I'm not that. So he must be evil because it's him, it's not me. Instead of stopping and trying to understand why this is so bothersome. But I
There's
think
an
the
old
real
saying that if you want to know if people really love you, just ask them to make space for you.
absolutely. And the thing about it is these are things that the Black community have taken as a given. The things that Heavenly said, they have taken them, oh well, yeah, they didn't realize that no, it's not. Him being gay has nothing to do with him, whether he is, can whoop my behind or not. And if they had any sense, they would realize somebody that's been picked on their whole life and have had to stand up for them. Trust me, they can probably whoop your behind much easier than somebody who has not had to go through that. I would not. I would put my money every time on a gay man to win any fight.
Because
I'm
all
not
my life,
every
all my
time.
other life, I had to fight.
I'm putting it every time because I have more faith that they're gonna win that, and I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna watch it because I know I'm gonna win the money if I put it on that gay man because you've had too much practice.
It's
You've
also going to
had
be
to
very
fight.
entertaining.
It sure is because not only is he not only they gonna whoop the behind, he gonna read them down to the floor while they're doing it.
I would like to add to that gentrifying of
Culture.
spaces when it comes to gay, because it wasn't just the fact that they came in straight folks being surrounded and coming into gay spaces, but you also took the lingo and you used the lingo. You monetized off the lingo.
Yeah.
Let's not talk. We're gonna talk about the housewives of it all. Okay, the Nene leaks of it all.
Shade.
Okay, the you know what I'm saying. That you came in, you had your gay friends, your hairstylists that were gay. You surrounded yourself and you immersed yourself into our lingo, and you used it because it became popular to say. And then the moment that you wanted to feel some type of way about whatever it was, then you wanted to get sensitive. And another thing, like what you said, conscious about us defining specifying when I hate when they use the ABC, the alphabet gang. Like it really does bother me because it's just jealousy. I'm sorry. Being heterosexual is basic. We
Oh
are
God.
color.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna just call it what it is.
No,
It's basic.
let's
Okay,
not
I'm just
do
gonna say what it
let's
is.
not do
Let me
that, China. Let's not do
I'm
that.
gonna just say
Let's
this.
not do that, China.
We are a
We don't
very
gotta defend our turf by putting
group.
down the dominant society's turf.
Listen. You know what? I'm not Michelle Obama.
Because
Okay,
it's a lot
I'm
of
not Michelle.
diverse. Because it's a lot of diverse.
But it's not enough to
Diverse
compete. It's not enough
heterosexual
to compete
people.
or compare. Conscious.
Oh Lord.
They can't compete where they can't
We're doing
compare.
good. We're doing China. We're doing good. We're doing
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. Okay.
We're doing good.
Okay.
Right.
And this is just about this is just about
I'm just saying. I feel like there's some
from.
jealousy on their end for the reason why they don't put in that same effort to even find out or to educate themselves on why there are so many added letters to the LGBTQIA synonyms that we have for our community, and why it was important for us to define ourselves, because for a long time there was no definitions. There was a ignoring of a whole group of people for years. We have so many older LGBTQ elders that are married, that wasn't married, that were abused, that were in the house, in the closet, under the closet, still don't really even feel comfortable really identifying who they are, that are living today when it comes to being out. We are the first generation that
But I'm gonna
have
tell
really
you,
come out and really opened the doors when it comes to identifying who we are and standing on our shit and making a claim to what we want to be identified as, how you going to address us, and being proud and really standing proud in that.
I think it's more.
hold on, Andrea. I don't want to say this before I lose it. China, but that's the thing. That jealousy that you are referring to from the dominant society, like that unconscious jealousy and envy because of like whatever it is, our creativity, our freedom, the zero fucks that are oftentimes on display when it comes to our community, who live very unapologetically out loud and who literally lay their life down to be who the fuck they are and bravely go into the world as they are. Like, to your point, there is a certain segment of the heterosexual population who feel a way about that because to be a member of the dominant society, you have to conform. You have to have passing privilege. So you have to mask to a degree in order to benefit from dominant society. Queer people push up against that and still entitle themselves to all colors of the rainbow without having to conform, which can trigger up other people's conscious or unconscious oppression because they're masking and feel like, oh, you should have to mask too. If I don't get to get away with being my authentic self, even if there's no real reason and no real objection or no real obstruction stopping me from actually being my authentic self as a heterosexual person, aside from my ideals, aside from the way I've been socialized and indoctrinated. But regardless of whether that restriction is self-inflicted or whether it's an actual obstruction, I can't be who the fuck I am as a heterosexual person, so neither can you. So yes, you need to calm it down. You need to be less flowery. You need a little less sugar in your tank. You need to, calm it down. I totally get that, but that's also why I said what I said about it's not true that heterosexuals really are boring, because the reality is they wouldn't even be jealous if they weren't the same thing. Not the same thing in terms of queer, but not the same thing in terms of like same gender loving, but they are queer. Heterosexual people are unique too. Now, they might not give themselves permission to be their full-on selves to the degree in which is represented in the LGBT community, but because we're all ultimately bad bitches and bad niggas and we are all God downloaded, everybody is the shit and everybody got nuclear and atomic energy in them, and all of us came for the creative experience. And there's just some of us and some aspects of our society that are not giving ourselves permission to indulge and participate in the creative unfolding of it all.
But they also didn't have their humanity taken away. When Heavenly talks in her commentary about it, I found out what my problem is about what she says. It's like she took the humanity out of the fact that men being gay, being soft, the language was degrading.
But let me tell you
Unlike
something, though.
how when straight folks are out here or heterosexual folks are out living their life, there's no degrading or taking of your humanity because of who you fucking. Unlike who, when it comes to us, it's like we're half of a human, and then you add race on top of that, and then you add social class on top of that, and then you add all these other layers, and then we really become at a lot of times the last class or the last the last human beings to be valued. And the way that she speaks a lot of times, and it's like the majority, it's a small subsector of hetero folks, because the majority of y'all, especially the ones in the church, which is a good deal, a great deal of religious Black folk especially, but religious folks in general, who have this feeling and these thought processes when it comes to us.
Well, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't. It's not even that much thought given into it. It's not even try. It's not even the attempt to dehumanize, though it is dehumanizing. Don't mistake me for saying that it's not. She's not. It's they. We most heterosexual Black people have lived life being taught and told that what she is saying is fact. So she wasn't necessarily trying to overtly be dismissive to that. She thought in her ignorance, in her plain ignorance, that she was just speaking a fact, like water is wet. You see what I'm saying? It's not true. It's not true, but because it is so accepted and ingrained that this is a fact, she thought she was speaking a fact, just like to say water is wet, daylight is bright, nighttime is dark. You see what I'm saying? It's wrong, but that's why it was so easy to roll off of her tongue. And that's why a lot of people came and automatically defended her, like, why y'all getting so upset? All she said was so and so, because the ignorance was it is accepted that that is a fact. Not that they were being demeaning. And that's how she can say things like, well, that's not how I meant it. Because in her mind, well, I wasn't trying to be, derogatory. I was just saying, like we all know, even though it's not true, we all know this and we all know that. And I wasn't trying to hurt nobody's feelings. She's ignorant.
You know what? I would like to want to believe that, but because she's such an educated Black
It's
woman,
not ignorant though. Like when her
and
own friend now has let us know that he's
yes,
educated her and she's refused to be
yes,
informed.
multiple times.
I mean,
Multiple times.
hold on,
That's ignorance.
hold on.
Willful ignorance.
It's like
Yeah,
white
because I was
people.
going to say that is
Willful
willful,
ignorance.
and yeah, it's willful ignorance. Oh, go
For
ahead.
the masses.
Mhm.
Like it's
And
like
most
it's
and
like
most black
white
people are that
people.
way.
It's like white people having the same thought processes and compliance when it comes to racism or their passive aggressive biases, and it's all one thinking, moving organism altogether. But it's not unconscious, because the words that she chose was very, very, very much so conscious,
Oh
very,
no,
very
but
much so intentional. She knew exactly what she was saying when she said it.
Double
yeah.
and triple down on it.
Like,
But what I'm
so
saying
I
is
can't give
she's
it to her. Like,
intentional.
I can't, man. Like, oh my.
No, I'm not dismissing what she's saying. She's dead wrong. She shouldn't have said it. It was wrong when she was said. What I'm saying is the reason it was so easy for her to say it, it wasn't like she was like, I'm gonna use this, I'm gonna pick this, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna do this, and because I know this is gonna sting. She has accepted these things are fact. they're wrong. They aren't fact, but that's why it comes out so easily. I grew up in the real deep South Mississippi, Gulf Coast Mississippi. Okay, so I can smell a redneck a mile away. Okay, but I know I've watched some of like my classmates evolve from how they were raised to being different types of people. It starts out with this is what they were raised to believe is true, is fact. It's not like, oh, it is true and it is fact. And you sit there and I would watch them grapple with what they were taught versus what they were learning because they were sitting next to us every day. Like, this can't be true. I know what my mom and them saying, but I sit next to her every day and I'm having to cheat on her paper. She ain't cheating off me. I'm having to cheat off her paper. Or she is this, and they don't smell because stupid stuff like that.
I
And
want
what
to
I'm
add
saying
another
is,
layer to that, Andrea. I think another layer to heavenly doubling down is the fact, and it kind of hints back to something that you keep saying, is it's two things collaborating. She don't have enough queer people who are passionately holding her accountable, and passionate, I mean, just not correcting her, but also penalizing her as a result of her persistency. So
not
you
just
got
that.
Funky Dineva, hold on, because you got like Funky Dineva, right, who says, I have checked her about this, and in the same breath said, I'm going to be her friend anyway, and that's the problem, and that's why she's going to be consistent, because it's not enough to just check her if you don't actually create the boundary, aka the penalty. If you don't create the cause and the effect, then yes, some people may struggle to really overcome their bullshit because they don't have any boundaries that are preventing them from going into the place they keep going into. But secondly, she's a member of the dominant society, and like you're saying, Andrea, when the bigger narrative is that this is okay to say, this is okay to think, then you need even more people reinforcing boundary to counter all of that, because she is a part of dominant society. They mostly control the narrative. And if there isn't an equal amount of accountability to counter the quantifiable reinforcing, washing and rinsing of her own self-projected homophobia, queerphobia, then she's not going to launch or meet or come up to those quotas. And then I know, like her homeboy said, well, I don't feel like it's my job. I also challenge that, because I feel like I understand the emotional sentiment there, that it's not like, it's not our job to unteach racism to white people. It's not our job to unteach queer phobia to heterosexual folk. It's not our job to unteach misogyny in men. But at the same time, it is. It has to be, because if there's no incentive for you to say stop to another person's behavior, where in the fuck do you believe that they're just going to see the light magically? And while that does happen, that happens rare. That is a rare phenomenon, when somebody doesn't have to be checked, they don't have to be corrected, they don't have to have demonstration, and yet can wake up and Caroline can see the marvelous light. That is a minority. The majority and the general population does have to be taught and have to be like padlocked and have to, be ran up on and met exactly where they are to understand what the fuck the problem is, because what people are walking around in is their own reality. So if you've been taught away, and that's how your community raised you up, and these are the narratives, this is how it goes, this is what people think and feel, then yeah, people don't have no fucking incentive to just know, oh, this is a problem. And because most people galvanize with like-minded people, if you're like the one voice in the room that's being contrary, most people can still not hear you, because you're only one person amongst the larger music, which is homophobic by nature, or misogynistic by nature, or racism by nature. So I also have to call upon the Jeromes And
I
what I
agree
need
with
was
that.
to not
Additionally, though,
to just not I have to call upon the Funkies and Jerome's to not just clap back at her. If y'all don't create the boundary, this is not going to be a broken pathology. And
I
if y'all are
agree
going
with everything you're
and if
saying.
y'all are going to reward her anyway with y'all friendship despite her disrespect, then once again, now you're part of the problem. You really are a enabler, because you can see that it's not enough to verbally correct her, but you also don't want to put in the energy to penalize her because you benefit from the relationship or because you love her. So therefore you excuse or rationalize holding on to her covert or her overt homophobia. So there's like, it's problematic because there's a science into this thing. Like, all y'all know that if you don't put your kids in school, they ain't gonna learn shit. They're not just gonna wake up and know how to do
There's
math.
one
They're
piece
not gonna
missing
wake
from
up
that,
and know how
though.
to change shoes.
Let me
They're
get
not
this
gonna
one
wake
piece
up and
out.
just know how to tie their shoes. They're
You're
not
right, but
going to
it's
wake up
one
and know
piece in
how to
that
do.
missing.
They're not
It's
going
one.
to wake up and know how to do anything, to wash their clothes, to make their bed. They're not going to just know. People just don't know. So I'm also challenging, and I'm not just
But it's
talking to
one
you.
piece missing in that, and that is her. Absolutely, it's not going to happen without the accountability of others. You are absolutely right. However, if that person does not accept, that's the problem with her. If they don't accept that they have this issue, then when it rears its head again, they won't recognize that it is real, that they are doing whatever it is again. And then because that's the self-correcting piece of it that has to come into play. By her saying, I didn't mean it that way, I'm not like this, she's not accepting that she is. So that is why she doesn't recognize when she does it. When you got
But that's what I'm
somebody,
saying.
that was what I
How can
changed.
she when the people that are opposing her are not even leaving her? So
But
I wouldn't
my
I
point,
wouldn't
my
have a
point
reason.
is,
I don't have no reason. I wouldn't have a reason to believe that there's anything wrong with me either.
well, no, my
But
point is
also,
that's
Aside
why
from
I said
somebody just complaining, but you ain't
that's
gonna
why
do
I
nothing
said
about what you. But
that's why I said what you're saying is correct, but
it's
it's not the
almost like
only
what we
thing.
say about the Black community. We can complain all we want to. The bigger question is what the fuck we gonna do about it. And if you ain't
That's
gonna do, and if
they
we ain't gonna
should
do,
hold her accountable.
and if we ain't gonna do nothing about it, we have no reason to believe that pale people are going to wake up and just start treating and doing for Black people what Black people want them to do for them.
I agree with some of that, but what I'm saying is that's not gonna they should be holding her accountable. They are failing themselves by not holding her accountable. But
And
what
they're
I'm
telling
saying
her.
is exactly, but what I'm saying is just simply by them holding her accountable is not going to be enough until the 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 switch is flipped inside her
But this is the
that she
thing.
has accepted so that she has to recognize it.
They're
She's
not willing to be the pressure for her to flip it, because sometimes
and that's why I said they're both causing the problem.
penalizing people is how they tend to flip it,
Hmm.
especially when you've been deeply socialized. Like
Hmm.
you keep saying, Andrew, you're the one who keep
I think you're right.
doubling
That's what I'm
down on
saying.
the fact that she's been deeply saturated in a
Hmm.
homophobic society. That's why the measure of counter has to be equivalent. That's why I use the word
Absolutely.
equivalent. It has to be equivalent to all of the feedback that's going to come back to reinforce her straight hair resulting back to a curly state. If there's no counter heat protection to her hair, if there's not a powerful product acting as a barrier to help to give her straightness
Hmm.
a fair fight amongst humidity, then humidity is going to win.
I agree with you. What I'm saying is just like yes, they should be doing that. That pressure should be applied there. But what I'm saying as a heterosexual Black woman, I want us to accept more responsibility in this. I am of the thought too, yes, we do need to be held to account. Our feet need to be held to the flame, but it is not any person, you know, of the LGBTQIA community's responsibility to make me see myself. I want us to start taking on the responsibility and understanding that this is a problem. That is not saying anything about you. The only thing that would make something bad or negative about us is if we won't accept that we have this issue. That's why it won't change. Yes, we do need to be held accountable. No, we shouldn't expect for the LGBTQ community to have to sit here and just allow us to say it because they know I ain't like that.
And
Absolutely. I
and what
think we
makes
need to
it
take more
worse,
responsibility. We need to take more responsibility on our own to change.
what makes it worse is that he calls her a friend, and the fact that a lot of these people who have this thought processes consider themselves allies to us. And that is another thing. You are not an ally if you have this thought process. You are not. You're simply not. You got work to do. And if you're not willing to change it or accept it and to start the processes of changing it. And you know, one thing that you kept saying is something that I just want to bring up. She is a woman of a particular age. It reminds me of my grandmother and some of my aunties around this age who,
Mhm.
when it comes to
How old is she?
our 40, 50, I don't know.
Shoot, I'm gonna be 50 in April. She can't hold that. I'll be 50 in April.
But still, but I'm just saying though, when you come in from that generation, it's like that same generation who had this thing when it came to back talking or feeling like you were
Hmm. Yeah.
disrespected because we tried to express our feelings or our thought processes about whatever was going on in the household. Everything was disrespectful. Us trying to express ourselves
Hmm.
or trying to explain an action or anything outside of what the heck you were directing us to do or what the heck you felt, we
Yep.
could get our feelings out. Everything that we did was disrespectful. It's like that same generation in that thought process. I go back and forth with my grandmama to this day when it comes to certain things like that. So I get it. It's a lot to unpack and try to rework in the mind, but at the same time, she is very active. And like I said, I what makes it worse is that when you are in close proximity and you call yourself having a friend who is
Hmm.
of the community, and you guys have had these very close and personal conversations about the community. I can't give you just regular passes and say, oh, well, you have things to work on. No, it's like a choice. You're choosing to continue to do
Hmm.
this because you do feel this way. And it's kind of like, I get what you're saying. It's like a drug addict. You can't force a drug addict to sober up. They have to do it when they really truly want to, when they feel ready. And at that point, for Funky, I feel like, which like Conscious keeps saying, which I just feel like
He's an enabler at this point.
he's an enabler, but more so you have people around you for what you can use from them or because of whatever connections that they have in the industry. But that's some BS, man. I would cut her off so bad.
I don't
It
know.
not,
I think part of that's true too. I think, use for the connections. I do believe that part too. But I also believe too, it's just like when you have that person in your life that you have a toxic, that's everybody got a toxic aunt or something somewhere, or older cousin or something, sometimes a grandparent, sometimes even a parent that they know are not good for them and their mental health. You know what I'm saying? But it's so hard because you need to cut that person off. You need to for your good, but you don't want you so don't want to do it because you so wish that you wish that you didn't have to. I think all the other things are true too. That yeah, the connections, yeah, this, but I think that this is somebody that he's grown to love, and I think he's living on the hope rather than the um actual
No,
situation,
he ain't
right?
even living.
I
No,
don't even think you're doing
no,
that.
he ain't even living on the hope because he already said that in
We
terms of
say a lot of
this
things out
conversation.
loud. We
I
say
know,
a lot of
but
things
I
out
can only
loud.
deal with and I'm going to deal
True.
with what he's saying out loud. And when
Mhm.
he's saying
And
it
Hmm.
out
what he
loud,
said on his platform.
hold on. I haven't actually said. And what he's saying out loud is that when it comes to this topic in general, he's just over it because as a gay man, he is adapted to homophobia. So it's just
Which is
another day in
sad.
the office, as he said. And that's how a lot of queer people actually feel because this is the way of the world. This has been the way of the system. This has been the way of the society. So this is all queer people really have known. Like hardly no queer person in this country is being raised in a purely affirming society. They may be being raised in a affirming household, and they may have
But not a
affirming
yeah.
relatives, but they're not being raised in a fully affirming system because, like we said, we have the church, we have religion, and look at what's happening politically with the overhauling of all this protective legislation in place for same-gender loving, trans, queer, identifying, non-binary folks. So this is what's normal, and because it's what's normal, queer people oftentimes feel the need to have to like ration and do like the 60-40, like me and Reckless was talking about
Yeah.
earlier, where we got to do the 60-40 rule, the 80-20 rule, because for me, my ration is if it's covert, then and I feel like you do be trying to get it together when it comes to certain things. I can work with that. But where I draw the line is like with Heavenly, like if it's like overted, that would be a problem for me. If it's, I can't deal with that continually, constantly, and I would have
And you
to.
shouldn't be asked to deal with it.
Unlike Funky Dineva, because I'm not shallow and I'm more connected to my humanity than I am my material needs, I can actually stand on business and terminate people out of my life. I can let go of very resourceful relationships. I can let go of people with money, people with clout, people with popularity, people with all of that. I don't give a fuck about none of that. If my humanity feels disposed of and feels discarded, then you got to fucking go. And I don't give a fuck who you are or what you are. That's for me. But because we do live in a very material society, and Funky Dineva has not showed himself to be somebody who has some deep sense of ethics, some deep sense of morality. I mean, he's a hot mess himself. So, I mean, I do believe that him and this conversation isn't really about the sincerity of him and old girl's relationship, but I'm also not convinced that their relationship is more so rooted in love, more so than it actually is rooted in being transactional. I mean, Funky Dineva probably doesn't even have the most intimate relationship to his own self. He probably exists at a very surface level and seeks, for the most part, very simplistic things. He's just wanting to make money. He's just wanting to, have a man and have his little girlfriends, and probably ain't reaching any deeper than that in general. So he can probably accommodate this type of behavior more so than other people, other community like China, like Reckless, like myself, who are existing in deeper ways in our humanity and cannot accommodate this type of behavior from people in our lives.
Well, I have a question though, because I agree with everything you said 10 times. I do. I have a question though. For people, she seems to be a lost cause, but like I said, for people like me, right? That again, I know that there can be a change,
Yeah.
but I think we need to hold people like me and the heterosexual community. I think we need to hold us more accountable. Not saying give the grace to say, okay, hey, look, this is how I know this is how, it is okay that you recognize that once you recognize it, you need to change it. And that's the part that I think is her issue, and a lot of people like her's issue. They see themselves as not being that because they have at least accepted that being whatever the quote unquote that is wrong. So I can't be that because I want to see myself as better than that. I think I'm better than that. I cannot be that way because I know I have now accepted that being that way is wrong. And that is the thing that's keeping a lot of them from making the leap to becoming a better person because they don't want to accept that they have been the thing that they have deemed as wrong.
And once again, I feel like that comes from mostly being around other like-minded people and being around people who may not be like-minded, but they also don't stand on business. And there's
Right.
not much of an incentive to have to really consider the minority voice in the room, because the bigger narrative and the bigger status quo is just prevailing amongst that little whisper that's like, hey, I'm here. Can you not step on my head top? Even though I know y'all are all in the business of stepping on my head top and not seeing me because I'm invisible, but I am here and I am a person and I am an on. And if once again you're just like that one person, that one like freakish object amongst the other or the larger spillage, then yeah, you're gonna get like swallowed up, in the words of TD Jakes, and it's gonna be
Swallowed.
hard. It is gonna be hard to miss now. So I think that the incentive here is obviously, to Andrew's point, yes, people definitely have to say yes. People have to want and be open to change, and at the same time, people do need help changing. So they also need, the people who are the most impacted or who will be most benefited from the change to also assist in that change through accountability and through very strong boundaries in order to help that change to come along.
And I think
For
that's the
me,
flip in the conversation. Instead of coming at instead of pointing out what she is saying, is like he said, I told her that's wrong, she shouldn't say this. That's not the conversation to have. The conversation that needs to be had is, you have this is what's wrong, and you're saying that you're not this, but you actually are. Not the words that are coming out of your mouth, because then they're just going to be focused on what they're saying and then trying to tailor their speech to be correct, because they think that that's what's wrong. They're just speaking incorrectly, when it's not the speech that's incorrect. It's the internal unconscious bias that's causing the speech to come out. And that's where we're missing the mark, because when we start talking about the speech that people have, and the things that people are saying, that's not the problem. Yes, that what the things that they're saying is wrong. It's the root of why you're saying it. And so we're all focused on making people have the right language, and the language is coming from the underlying thing that they don't accept. That's why her language is staying the way it is.
see this,
That's
Well,
see this,
not
but
hers. I'm not hers, but I know for me,
no,
when
I,
I
I
for me.
hold on. I do want to say this. That's where I kind of like exit stage left at, is I am not willing to be so invested in other people's salvation that I'm going to commit myself to the actual change. It is enough for me for you to just moderate it. I can't be that invested in your humanity, and I'm
Oh,
not.
I'm talking about the
For
heterosexual
me,
community, and not
so,
from yours. I'm
so
talking, that's
no,
where
no, no,
we
no, no,
need to
no,
be
hold on,
going.
hold on. I'm just speaking to like out loud about just all of that, because there are queer people who like actually, obviously there are queer people and heterosexual people alike who actually like need people to change. I don't need you to per se change inwardly, because the reality is here, I'm never going to know what's truly in your heart, no matter
Yeah.
what you claim. So there's no so it'd be counterproductive for me to be invested in you so-called changing. That's not a real thing I really can gatekeep or even have a true observation of. All you actually can do is moderate your behavior, even if you haven't changed in your heart. So
I get
I
it.
I am more so on, yes, I mean, ideally, I would hope that you've had a change of heart, but hell, if you don't, that's cool. If you're just willing to like just be aware that, oh, this shit I'm saying is like crazy as fuck, or you know what, I've heard from people that I love and respect, so I'm just gonna let that be that. And you can continue to hold whatever you hold in your soul, in your heart. I'm not, I don't want to, I'm not going to live in that type of like managed society where
Mhm.
people need to change, we will all benefit even from people just moderating their behavior. If you just like, you can be racist. How about just don't act on your racism? You can hold racist ideas in your heart. You can hold racist
Keep it to
ideas in
yourself.
your mind. I don't give a damn about what's in your mind or in your heart. What I give a damn is about your expression of what's in your heart when it is actually harmful to someone else. But I don't actually give a damn about what you personally believe or what you think. I'm not invested. I am not willing to exhaust my mental and soul capacity to give a fuck about what you truly believe. What we really need at the very least is just people to at least behave better, even if they aren't better in their soul. Now, what will make their attempt to behave better actually consistent is a change of heart, because when you've actually changed your nature, your behavior changes with your nature. Because you're taking on another nature when you take on another mind. However, once again, we've already agreed that that's too much to act. It's way too much to be invested in. And that's just not anybody's job to come here and to be that invested and distracted by what's in people's hearts, when it is enough for us to just live in a moderated community where we all just make some agreements about making sure that at the very least everybody can be safe and everybody can have a dignified sense of existence.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying. All I'm saying, I think what I was trying to say is, a lot of times like, I'm married, been married for 10 years now. Lord help me. And I tell my husband all the time, I say, don't apologize because you want to shut me up, and you tired of me fussing about it. If you don't accept what you did was wrong, you're gonna do it again. That's all I'm saying. It's the speech part. They can say like her tonight. I'm sorry, this, that, and the other. If she doesn't recognize what's wrong, that they're gonna keep doing it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that's what I mean when I say the speech is not the problem. Yes, people
But I
should
just want
respect each
to,
other,
But
but
but I
if
if you
they don't accept that it's wrong, they're
I
gonna keep
promise I'm
doing
just
it.
going to say this, and then I'm going to let China talk. I just want to say this though. Everybody agree that people have to choose it, but we also have to agree that if you really want somebody to change, you also have to be willing to help them to do that by establishing boundaries. So this would be
Yes.
like the same principle is across the board. Like, if you as a woman have a problem with your man coming home at midnight, and then all you do is complain about it, then we all know more than likely your man is not going to change. Men don't really change based upon whining and complaining. They change based upon you getting the fuck up and getting the fuck on. So it's not going to be probably until you lay the law down and you're willing to do something and create a mandate on what is going to have to happen in order for you to exist in this capacity with this person, that then that person really wakes up, because now they have no other way to not hear you, because you now have put them into you've given them a objective ultimatum or ultimatum. So now people can't rationalize it. See, when you're just
Consequences of their actions.
when you are only emotionally spilling on people, people get too much like personal agency in that. They get to just say, do I want to accommodate? Do I want to change? Do I want to behave? And because you're not willing to actually do nothing, you're only willing to emotionally react without doing something actionable about what you are desiring and wanting. Then yeah, most people, because most people are naturally selfish and only self-concerned, they're going to rationalize themselves back into doubling down on what they doing until you, like, this is why the old saying is, you got to treat people how to treat you. You gotta teach people how to treat you. And it's not enough to just run your mouth. There are some people who are closer to their humanity, and therefore all it takes is for you to say and express yourself. And they're like, I got it. Duly noted. And then there are other people who are just, a little bit more further away from their humanity. And it's going to take a little bit more than you running your mouth. in order to get what you're trying to get from them. And so it may take you needing to, okay, I'll put your ass on airplane mode for a little while. Okay,
Yep.
oh, I'll show you, what type of time it is. And then we see people regulate and get themselves together when they know that you mean business. But if you let people play in your face, which is why I'm holding her friend Jerome and holding her friend Dineva accountable.
Yeah.
But Funky Dineva is not going to be invested in holding her accountable because he's already adapted to homophobia. He's already adapted and accepted that most members of the dominant society are homophobic as fuck. So he can live with that. Maybe
Am I
Jerome
wrong to feel
can't.
that that's sad? That's sad to me. That's sad to me that somebody would just accept that this is just the way. This is just, and I think that's so sad.
I mean,
it is sad, but I mean,
I'm like, oh, that just hurts my
not
heart. That's so
you just don't
sad.
give a fuck. Like,
I mean, but here's the thing, right? Like, we all are having to deal with that in our own respective categories. Like, there are women who are making space to put up with, like, they're heterosexual women who also have to do the same amount of like 60-40 in. Like, they know, that there's a certain enough of bullshit that come with men, and they gonna make their space because they want to be with men and they want to be romantic and sensual with men, but they know men are not per se going to be ideal for the most part, so they make space for the bullshit. Men do the same thing as it relates to women. Like, there's going to be a certain amount of bullshit, so it's like, we're not the only community that's having to ration the resources in this way. All of us are having to do that in this society, whether it's related to our political views, our philosophical views, or our social dynamics and cultural differences and what the middle looks like for all of us. Everybody, for the most part, is participating in that type of rationing. But ultimately, yes, it is really kind of sad, but I think if we don't make it about investing in people's actual change and people just change their behavior, that's kind of enough for it all. And Heavenly is not going to feel it until she starts losing people that mean something to her as a result of their as a result of her disrespect, whether that are her heterosexual peers who are like, Heavenly, I love you, girl, but if you really keep this up, boo, I'm gonna have to love you from a distance. Or whether that's from her homosexual peers who are like, girl, I love you, but if you keep this up, I'm gonna have to bounce. Ain't no beef, ain't no problem. I'm just gonna have to bounce. When she starts getting left on red, when she starts losing people and be held accountable, that's gonna be when she wakes up just like she did. Because in a moment, we saw how confident and how she said that shit with her chest out in front of thousands of people. But as soon as she got held, quote unquote, held accountable and called to the carpet for it, then she turned around and gave an apology. That's what a lot of members of the dominant society need. They need the actual action behind it, because to your point, Andrew, there's too much of a normalization of homophobia. So people just not gonna get it. For instance, I always tell the story, my grandmother is like covert homophobic. She's not overt homophobic. So meaning that like she holds anti-queer beliefs as a result of her Christianity, but she doesn't mistreat queer people just because of her beliefs. So while she believes that homosexuality is a sin, my grandmother is still going to invite me to the cookout. She's still going to be okay with me bringing my partner. She's even going to inquire about my relationship, welcome my partner, etc. And I think that that's fair. I'm not going to push her to change her intellect around the issue. She's also not going to force me to conform as a result of her belief system. And then therefore, we're able to come in the middle and actually have a genuine communal experience, because it's not predicated upon whether I give in to what she believes or whether she chooses to release what she believes. So that's why I keep saying people don't have to per se change how they feel. They just have to be willing to not force anybody to conform to what the fuck they believe, but you can believe what the fuck you want to believe. Like, I believe that if that's what you want to believe. And all the arguments about how pathetic that belief is are also fair. All of the critiques about, you know, that belief system in terms of homophobia, whether it's reinforced by socialization or reinforced by religiosity, are all fair as well. But when we lead with that, that becomes the issue. Like, you can be a Christian without evangelizing to other people. You can be a Christian without telling other people that if you don't believe what I believe, then you're going to go to hell. Or if you don't believe what I believe, then, you know, you don't deserve shit in life. You can, it's enough for you to be what the fuck you want to be and to believe what the fuck you want to believe. It's when we are trying to get people to give up themselves when it's not necessary, simply because of our philosophical idea about life. That's why I'm not willing to like drag nobody to the light, because baby, like if you ever want to learn, I'll be here to teach you. But as long as I'm also not injured by what the fuck is in your head and in your heart, then it also ain't really got to be a problem either. And I'm not willing to make, you know, a to-do really about it. China, I think you're trying to get up in here too.
Yeah. You know what? I love when you said, you know, it's not our jobs, but it is our job to still come in and educate and to advocate for these issues and different topics. But that lingo, like, it's not our jobs to educate folks on homophobia, or it's not our jobs to, you know, unteach or to, you know, unwind racism or certain prejudices. That type of lingo came out of social justice organizing spaces. When we would get into groups, subgroups with white allies around any social justice issues, or within the LGBTQ, we would break out in our own subsectors to break down and to tackle certain subjects. But when it came to white people being in the space as well, we would say, you know, it's not our jobs. At some point of a lot of, you know, at some point of educating and being side by side and doing the work, when they would bring in new folks, you know, we would say, you know what, it's not our jobs to do this anymore. That's your jobs. And you go and y'all do that with y'all folks. And we would break out in these groups. That a lot of that lingo came from those spaces. Even the like blowing up of using cis and a lot of the they them acronyms, that came out of a lot of education and a lot of pushing within these organizations, which there's several different organizations all over the United States that were really organizing and galvanizing and educating around different issues. And that's where that language came from. But it doesn't work outside of those spaces. It is our job to advocate for these things and to have these conversations, because within your own heterosexual subsectors that are homophobic and or not, or racist or not, or whatever the case, whatever the subject is at the time, you're not going to get that same pushback and that same education and that same push and pull to change, especially for those who are at the tip, or, you know, have the open mind to begin the processes to do the change or to start that. It is a process. I understand that, and I can make space for that. But when Conscious said, you know, when it comes to, you know, diving into the humanity and the depths of your humanity, the depths of your heart, and changing your heart, no, that is something that is very draining. Some people got it in them to be in tune with a person and to really work with that, but that's a lot of damn work. We got a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, I ain't called to that level of work.
Yeah. and I
Okay,
and I
thanks.
understand that, and people have, like, a lot of organizations took a lot of time out working with people to unwind these things, but the reason why we're seeing what we're seeing now within, the political sectors, and the undoing of a lot of, or the pushback towards LGBTQ issues, is because the hearts of folks wasn't changed, no matter what, at the end of the day. So what is
That's
believed
also
and
because I think that, and see, I think that there can be a teaching right around that, because I think a part of the way we move as humans a lot just has to do also with not having not having enough understanding. I think there needs to be a larger conversation around the fact that, like, I think heterosexual people probably need to be told, you can feel how you want to feel about LGBT folk. If you feel like trans women are actually men, okay, cool. But as long as you're not using what you believe to dehumanize them, a fair balance. Same thing with queer men, same thing with racist folk, etc.
I
Like,
would like to say dehumanize or oppress as well.
and well, I didn't feel the need to say oppress, because that's kind of naturally what's going to happen if you already done dehumanize somebody, is you are going to also reinforce oppression. So yes, oppress, dehumanize, because you can hold a belief. Like, for instance, right, most people don't practice Satanism. Do I believe out of the 266 people here that anybody here is going to go hunt down a Satanist, or that anybody here is going to go out and be harmful to a Satanist? No, you're just not going to be a Satanist yourself, and you're just not going to, like, preference a Satanist socially. But are you also going to get in their way? No, you're not going to get in their way. And really what a lot of queer people want is, like, yeah, a lot of queer people want love like everybody else want love, but we also could very much so settle for people just not getting the fuck in our way. That's perfectly, like, that's a fine caveat. Like, if that's the lesser of the two evils, is the option of full-on love and embrace by whatever love truly is, or people just not getting the fuck in my way, I can live with that second option.
I feel like that's
Be
how we move as a
homophobic,
community.
be homophobic, hold your homophobic beliefs without it getting in my way. That's fine
I
with me.
I believe that what we need to teach each other, in my opinion, is you can hold whatever your beliefs are, whatever beliefs you want, you can hold those beliefs, but you need to understand that your beliefs start and end with you. Your beliefs belong to you. Your beliefs are
Mhm.
not with, and then that other person's beliefs, those are their beliefs. If we can all start to understand that our beliefs
Are
are not to
personal.
be imposed on other people. You
Yeah.
can believe whatever you want to believe, but in doing so, you have to understand that everyone else can believe what they want to believe as well.
But see, when the LGBT community, that's all we ever did. We've always minded our business. We ain't went
You're
to
right.
we ain't went out and found any group to oppress or to create laws to suppress whatever they're doing to grow within their communities, or any other race. We've never done that. However, the heterosexual community has gone out of their way, using religion as a caveat to back why they do what they're doing to us.
Because they have accepted and have been allowed to believe that it's not just a belief, it's a fact. That's what I was saying earlier. You can believe whatever you want to believe, but we need to have a certain standard of a belief is not it does not determine a fact, right? That's how I believe that the LGBT community has done everything not just for itself but for everybody else. You all are the embodiment, in my opinion, of knowing how you were treated and being determined that no one else ever be treated that way. And you stand up for everybody when not everybody is willing to stand up for you, because you know that what can happen to the quote unquote least of these, could happen to anyone. That's the thing that I wish everybody would accept. And that's the thing that I always come back to. It's like whenever you take those rose-colored glasses off, for me, like you said, when I took the rose-colored glasses off and I saw everything for what it was and was determined to become a better person and to be the person that I thought I was, I can't unsee that now. I can't unsee it now. That's my wish. That's my hope for everybody else, that we can determine that, hey, you can believe whatever you want to believe, but that belief starts and ends with you. You cannot impose those on anybody else.
And that's the part of the conversation that's not being marketed and being pedestalized. We live in a extreme polarity in the society where it's either accept what people believe or change these people from believing what the fuck they believe. And there's not enough of the middle of this conversation here, where hold your belief, but we cannot actually dehumanize people based upon
Right.
our beliefs. But you can hold your fucking belief system. But we do have to agree that you can't put your hands on people because of what you believe. You
Right.
can't oppress people because of what you believe. You can't, stop anybody else's human experience, especially if it's not inherently negative, like murdering, like the belief in murdering people, the belief in genociding people, the belief
Right.
in actually assaulting people, like things that are inherently destructive, injurious, and just actually evil and bad, and that actually costs someone else. But everything else, you are allowed to be what you are, and I'm allowed to think what I want about that and allow you to be without getting in your way. And for me, that's really all that I'm actually fighting for, is not a change in beliefs, which would be nice, but ultimately, like, my bigger question is, why do you believe in getting in someone's way because of what you believe? So now that I'm thinking about it and I'm actually hearing my own self and I'm going to hold myself accountable, I can also understand why Funky still is friends with her, because for him, he knows that, yeah, Heavenly say this ignorant shit, but it doesn't disrupt her creating space for my humanity. She still loves me. If I need this woman, she's going to be there for me. If I need to borrow money for her, I know her kids, I know her husband. We have a very outward social relationship. So yeah, she says it's ignorant shit, but the reality is she's permitting my humanity. And what she thinks is not actually getting in the way of how she actually treats me. Yes, when she says it, it's hard to hear and it's dumb and it's intellectually atrocious, some of her thinking points, but at the same time, it's not necessarily translating into injurious behavior. It's just ignorant,
Hurtful.
which are not one and the same. Ignorant thinking versus harmful behavior. You can have an ignorant thought without being like objectively injurious to people.
And he's made it perfectly clear too that it's not just a one woman thing. I'm sure, just like you, Conscious, he's had a variety of straight hetero women, just like how, like when you do the comparisons of women accepting the behaviors and the patterns of men and choosing to deal with them anyway and knowing certain things that come with them. He has done the same thing. I'm sorry, Conscious, what was you saying?
Oh no, I accidentally played a clip. Go ahead.
Oh, he's pretty much saying that he's accepted that this is what comes. This is the reason why he's telling the boys, play with fish, keep them at a distance, okay? Because this type of behavior and thinking, it isn't going to change. He's been around enough of them to know, no matter how close they have gotten to him and how close, whatever relationships and bonds he have built, that the thinking is very much so pack mentality. This
This
is
is what it
very
is.
much this is very much a trait
Mhm.
of trade or fish in that sense. So, you know, protect yourselves in knowing what you're getting into and keep your boundaries and have your guard not all the way up, but you know, just know that these are the things that come with fish. And this is the reason why he doesn't get as close, because of things like that. And it's
And that
constantly
goes
a thing. And you
hand with my talking point around the fact that I didn't believe that his relationships to these people are that deep to begin with, which is why he's not choosing to be that invested in their thinking, as long as their thinking don't translate into being objectively fucked up towards him. He's just like, okay, like whatever.
And he had to remind, you know, like his, you know, following, like, yeah, the majority of you may be women, or a great deal of you, but I'm a gay man and I stand for the boys no matter what. I stand for my community first. Y'all got it twisted, okay? So don't get lost in the sauce here. You like to play over here in my playground and all this other stuff, but at the end of the day, I'm a gay man and I'm gonna stand for my people, just like how you guys stand for yourselves. And another thing, like, not only do your thinking doesn't change, but you also date men who have the same thinking. So it's another added layer to what I have to deal with when it comes to dealing with heterosexual women, fish, whatever you may call them, because it's not just you and your thinking, it's the way that you date and the men that you accept in your lives that also have the same homophobic ass thinking, but yet you call yourself an ally to me. No, absolutely not. I'm sorry. That's it. This makes me upset. It does. It gets under
And I
my
hate
skin.
that. I
And
hate that.
but at the end of the day, it is what it is. Because
But that's the
at
part
the
I
end of the
hate.
day, the LGBTQ community, we have too effing much to deal with. We have brothers and sisters out here dying, and we are the only one fighting for ourselves, even though we also fight for everyone else.
Everybody else. Everybody
Exactly. I have
else.
never seen any heterosexual groups, organizations put money and advocacy into making sure that our people are protected. There's organizations of the LGBTQ community that are created for protecting every other community, but not one has stood up for us that ain't already LGBTQ to begin with. No men of any race that's heterosexual have ever marched for any LGBTQ person that I've ever seen that have passed away or are locked up, incarcerated, anything like that. And the same thing goes for heterosexual women. So I don't put my faith
I'm
into
gonna say
keeping
this
them
though.
as allies.
This is why though we're going to continue to have to rally even for people that don't rally for us, and it's because of the default of having such an intersectional existence. Like the fact that, oh yeah, I may know the majority of heterosexual masculine presenting men may be homophobic, but at the same time, if one of them get killed as a result of racism, then it don't matter that they were homophobic, because they died for the same reasons that my life can be taken, because I am a gay man, but I'm a black man too. So that issue is relevant to my own existence. And I benefit from challenging the system, right? That does that
Yeah.
to black men, because regardless of my intersection or my nuance as a gay man, I'm also intersecting with other black men in general, regardless of sexuality, just on the basis of being a black man. So I have to be invested. That's why I be challenging these notions, even about like when black men get caught up in situations with like white women, like such as the Jonathan Major situation. And a lot of black women was just like, you know, that's what he chose, etc. Not our issue. And my pushback to that was, I mean, that is what he chose. But at the end of the day, this issue is in the genre of white privilege. And
And it can come visit your
yeah,
son
and
as well,
and that is
whether he's dating
relevant.
a white woman or
That
not.
is, and that is all of us, because what happened to him in that back seat could have happened to him no matter what the relationship was between him and that white woman. Had she been the actual driver and she weaponized her whiteness, it would have resulted the same. Had she been a concierge at the hotel he's at or in his condo, she could have weaponized her white privilege. It doesn't matter. Y'all are making it about the relationship dynamic. Oh, that this is who he shows romantically, but that's not what costed him. What she was able to be and do what she did and have the system reward her and ultimately coddle her in her abusive behavior because of the issue of racism, which is all of our issues. So we can't get stuck in these shallows when it comes to these societal issues that impact us regardless. Like,
yes, you are so right, and I thank Byron Rustin for the work that he did side by King and putting our movement on the back burner to participate in what was at the forefront when it came to race and the Black Power movement, or
Because
of that.
had it not been for him, we would
But
not
at
have
the
some of the. Yeah, you're right,
but
Byron
but
Rustin.
yes, but at the same, it just because I've worked with, or I've been there in these marches fighting for or protesting, blocking off police stations, in courtrooms, fighting for Black men, but on the same streets, side by side, when they recognize that you're gay and being called out, or being, I really, I struggle. I still do it because it's in our hearts to still do the work, but it's so frustrating because when we actually, it works both ways, right, Conscious? So if they can flip and say, well, you're Black, you Black first. Yes, I am, but I'm also gay. So also, I need you to come out for me. And when you over here fighting me, spewing your hate, not showing up for me, that has also left a mark on me as well when it comes to, damn, do I really want to wake up and fight for these motherfuckers who don't even really show up for me, or who has a hate towards my community, even my gay brother and sister next to me? You can accept me because you down for the girl on girl action, but as if you invited into the bedroom.
and
But
that's why I can,
That
because
is the funniest thing in the world to me.
and that's why I can, because when that happens, like when the issue is either racism or patriarchy or homophobia, those issues are not about the people outside of me who are on the receiving end. I always see myself as on the receiving end. I never actually see, like, even when, like, for instance, Sandra Bland, when she got unalived, and I do believe she was murdered. I don't believe she had a natural death. I don't believe she hung herself. I believe that they unalived Sandra Bland. And she was a Black woman. She was a Black person in this system. But then in the wake of her unalivement, it came out that Sandra Bland was homophobic. And there were old YouTube and Facebook videos of her coming out. And I remember the pushback from the Black LGBT people who was like, oh, fuck that bitch. Because, for what? And we saw a similar thing happen when George Floyd had died. And then information came out that he had served time. He had pulled out a GUN on a pregnant woman. He had robbed, and committed various crimes. And people, as a result of not seeing him as a model citizen, begin to pull out of supporting him. For women, it was because of, well, what he did to a Black woman. For bougie ass conservative Black folk, it was because, well, he wasn't a model citizen, so he ultimately got what he deserved. But all I saw when I saw Sandra Bland hanging in her cell, or saw, that picture that was alleged to have been her death picture, every time I saw George Floyd, I saw me. I didn't see Sandra. I didn't see George. I saw me. I saw me every single time. I saw my mother. When I saw Sandra, I didn't see the nuance of her personal belief system. I didn't see her personal attitude. It didn't even matter to me, because she didn't die for any of those reasons. She didn't die because she was a transphobe or a homophobe. She died because she was a nigga in the system, and she was considered one. And the system thought they could dispose of her. And every single day, that can be the case for myself or y'all or anybody that we love. And so we have to be emotionally mature enough to evolve past
Let me ask you this though.
Well, hold on,
When the last...
hold on, because I also just want to add this point to what you were saying too. It's also fair to your point, China, because we don't have to like. It's not like a one over the other. I can stand against racism regardless of who's dying per the second in our community as Black people because of racism. And I can also equally call my community out for a lack of nuance regarding homophobia or transphobia. I don't have, it's not because, oh, if I stand with a homophobic nigga who's now dead in the streets because he's a Black person in the system, that I also have to like give up calling out my community for not giving a fuck about what happens to Black queer people as a result. We can keep our foot in both places. And I never give up one for the other. I have to champion behind issues that pertain to Black men because I'm a Black man. I have to champion behind issues that pertain to Black people because I'm a Black person. And I also have to champion behind issues that pertain to queerness because I'm a queer person. And sometimes, yes, bad behaving Black people are going to benefit from my advocacy simply because they're Black. That's where the united front and common denominator as. And I'm intelligent enough to know that I benefit from that advocacy because I'm really, in fact, advocating for myself when I'm advocating for another Black person. That's what we're trying to get our homophobic Black counterparts to understand, right? Is that while you think you exist on the opposite end of the issue, you don't, bitch, because we're Black too. And if we are oppressed as a result of our orientation, okay, yes, because of our orientation, but the reason why you should be invested, especially when the way we're being oppressed is disproportionate to the way that other communities are oppressed in this way who are non-Black, is because what? You're Black. And this is happening to a Black person. Just like there are issues, right, that we're going to agree with because they are an issue of humanity. Like, okay, you might not even be Black. You might not even be American, because we do a lot of ally work in this country for other countries when they in trouble. When tsunamis come through, when wars come through, where do our taxpayer dollars go? Or where do our donations go? They go to providing food and aid to other non-American people, simply because in that moment now, we are all agreeing and relating to just being human and interceding on human. So that's the way our humanity got to be set up, but we don't have to be less frustrated just because it's not always reciprocated by the people that we laying our bodies on the line for, and we also can't afford to see it as, oh, I'm advocating for you. I'm not. I'm advocating for me. I'm advocating for me. You're just a catalyst for me to advocate for myself, because your homophobic ass is dead now because you're a Black person, not because you're a homophobe. So when I'm advocating for your homophobic ass as a Black person at the hands of racism, that's not about you, sir, or you, ma'am, you know, as a homophobe. That's about my Blackness in that pool of blood. My Blackness is in that pool of blood for being Black. That's an issue. So, you know, we gotta, you know, and I know it's hard, but, you know, if you really train your brain to really see yourself in all of these issues as a result of being a multi-intersectional human being, then it's easier to get past the shallows of the issue, because you understand that, like, these issues pertain to my own personal humanity. I'm not on the line advocating for a man who abused Black women if he died at the hands of racism. I'm advocating for Blackness and this system not thinking that they can just unjustly unalive and dispose of Black people because they're simply Black.
That takes an evolved mind.
It does, and that's what we got to challenge ourselves to do.
It takes an evolved mind that
And
has
that's what we
seen
got to challenge
things other
ourselves to
than,
do.
yeah.
And
That's
I
why I
feel
would
like
tell people that.
listen, the LGBTQ people, our community, we still be out here getting the work done, despite the feelings that I am voicing.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I was just gonna say this: because and maybe I'm wrong, maybe there's a story, but I've also have not heard of a story where an LGBTQ person a lot of times are at the hands of the issues from these situations that have blown up so publicly. There's not one that I know of that we are also, like when you say you see yourself,
Yeah.
because of the blackness, right? But what another layer of that is missing is these are a lot of times heterosexual folks. There hasn't been a gay person that I've seen on the we're not the one causing the troubles out here and getting in these situations where we're ending up on the end of the stick on that level as well. That's another added layer. Like,
But
but yet, but
but I
yet we still out here fighting. But I'm gonna still fight and I'm gonna still ride for the people because it's the overall point of what all the talking points that you just said. But it becomes disheartening. It does and frustrating. Like you said, we
I
can
think that
hold
I
both.
think that once again though, like that's why I'm sharing all that I'm sharing, because I think that, like, to Andrew's point, if we evolve the way we contextualize the issue, then it really does help to mitigate a lot of that frustration. Because for me, I don't really deal with that frustration anymore. I've been in this mindset about these issues to the point that it doesn't it doesn't frustrate me in that way. Like, I recognize that there is a problem and we need to solve it, and the black community needs to do better at blackenizing everybody who's black, regardless of gender, sex, orientation, etc. That we're all black, and it shouldn't matter if George Floyd was a gay person or whether he was a heterosexual person. It should not determine how passionate our people are going to be about advocating against systemic racism and police brutality based upon the orientation, of the individual, because it does not matter, because queer people also are ending up in this position, because the reality is, right, we actually don't know the real orientation of any of these people who have been advocated on behalf of: Sandra Bland, George Floyd, Philando Castile. We don't know the actual orientation. So for all we know, we have advocated for bisexual. Those people have been bisexual. Those people have been pansexual. Those people have been whatever. But, the fact that we know that it, quote unquote, would matter is a sad reality. But that's what we got to challenge. And we've got to always advocate on behalf of all black people, regardless of their belief system. If the issue is black women have to, they gotta advocate for all black women. If the issue pertains to being a woman, black men gotta advocate for all issues that pertain to black men, regardless of orientation, regardless of background, because the issue is being a black man. We are not rallying and banding together in the droves like we need to on these issues, because we are too compartmentalized and immature in our attitude. We are allowing ourselves to have too much leisure and luxury. Like Andrew says, oh, this is an evolved way of thinking. And as a result of being, us being generally immature about these issues, that's why we're seeing our community cherry pick and pick and choose who is going to get the support, who ain't going to get the support, who going to get the resources, who ain't going to get the resources. So now we know the real issue is we need to be deepening our attitudes. We need to see ourselves in these issues. When we all see ourselves in these issues, we, the advocacy will be evenly distributed when we see ourselves, and instead of being hyper fixated on the nuances of the person on the receiving end.
I tell
So,
my
like any
nieces,
issue, right?
I tell my nieces, I tell my nieces from, like I said, I'm from small town, Mississippi, whatever. they need to spend at least a year in college or something, not for the college of it all, but on campus, away from home, so that you can, when you're somewhere like that, you interact with so many different people from so many different walks of life, and you have to learn to live amongst them, that it opens your mind, it broadens your mind, because you have to learn how to be in community with people unlike yourself. When you are so entrenched and been in only your bubbles with people that you feel, or it appears that are more like you, and there's no one that's different, or those that are different, you don't know that they're different. When that's all you see your whole life, you're not open to broadening your humanity. You're not open to broadening your mind to those things that are different than you, and to understanding that that those things are okay. If you can't, because that's where all the fear of different things come from. When you don't, a lot of times people fear what they don't know, they fear the unknown. And if you have not realized that the world is so big, and that you are so small within it, and the things that you've experienced, and the things that you believe, and the things that you hold dear are only a small fraction of all the beliefs, and the things in the world. And I just feel like, if it's the military, if it's college, if it's just moving to a larger place, find something that is going to expose you to something that's bigger than yourself, so that you can understand more of the world and embrace more of the world. That's what opened me up, was college, living on campus, moving to, moving to larger cities, um, having to work amongst and live amongst people that were so different than me. It will grow you, and it will mature you, and it will broaden your mind, which will then broaden your horizons to see more people in the world. And then you'll start realizing, the more different we are, the more the same we are.
And I'm also going to kind of like add on to that it doesn't really take a rocket science to have a fair humanity, if you would really just be willing to reinforce what the first commandment or the second commandment of
Absolutely.
the Bible really is to just give people what the fuck you want in life. If you know you want a certain level of freedom, autonomy, creative expression, a certain, level of safety and security in the world, economically, a certain level of access to resources and success, literally all you're doing then is just giving everybody else also that pathway as well, supporting that for everybody else outside of you as well. So you can be a country as a small-minded country motherfucker who never even saw anything, but if you just have the maturity to understand that whatever I think is best for me, or however, whatever I want in terms of like my general safety in the world and well-being in the world, is what I should also make sure I'm reflecting in my actions toward other people. That's it. If all you got to literally do is just grow up a little bit and just understand that you should never want for someone else what you don't want for you. So if you want the right of religious expression, then you are defaulting to supporting that same right for everybody else.
Mhm.
The right for a person to be Muslim, to be pagan, to be Buddhist, because you want the freedom to choose for yourself and to express of yourself. Like, all you're literally doing is looking at the principle behind what you desire, and then holding yourself accountable to ensuring that in your rhetoric and in your behavior, you are entitling other people to the very same thing. So if you want to wear what you want to wear without being harassed or without being judged, then you are defaulting to making space for other people who are choosing to look how they want to look and wear what they want to wear and pooch on through in the motherfucking world accordingly, no matter how far different it is from the way you would personally carry yourself. All you're doing is holding yourself accountable for reinforcing the same principle that you want to see reflected in the world for you, for everybody else. And I say principle, the same principle. Because if you are a pro-choice, that's a principle. Because what you are saying is, I'm not saying what people should choose. I'm just saying people should have the right to choose. People should have the right to choose. Choose how they want to exist, how they want to show up, how they want to live, just like what? Just like me. 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 And guess what? I can still have an opinion about what somebody chooses, but I'm agreeing they should have the right to choose.
Hey, Consciouztv. Hey, everybody. I came in. I was hearing what you said. I wanted to say this. I wanted to add something to that y'all said. I have met so many people, and I'm going somewhere with this. So follow me here. I was in a school where we adopted, where they had different races and different ethnicities, Hispanic, Haitian, white people, different cultures come to our school. And I learned so much from these people. And the reason why I'm telling you this, it opened up my mind to different people, and it it made me aware of how people are, no matter what their background, what their ethnicity, how they look, different things like that. And it taught me something. You got some people who are so close minded to the point they don't want to get to know a person for who they are. And it makes them feel like they the only person in the world that has those rights to do what they want to do. So they'll harm people that they don't like or they don't understand or who don't agree with them. And like I told people, I said, just because you don't understand a person, that don't mean you have the right to harm them, be rude to them, make fun of them because you don't know their culture, you don't know where they come from, you don't know their background, you don't know what they had to sacrifice. You see what I'm saying? And I learned something from each background. And I noticed that everybody else can get along except for our kind. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about, far as black people. You see what I'm saying? We are so close minded to the point where we can't even see no other race besides ours. You see what I'm saying? It's like we the only one in the world. No, we got to make sure that because we gonna all need each other. That's the one thing about it. We all human and we all bleed the same way. So why not try to get to know different cultures and see, because one thing about it, I've learned that they get along, regardless of how they may look, how they may feel, they get along. They stick together. Like the Haitians, for instance. I'm telling y'all this for a reason. There was someone that was picking at some of these people are my friends to this day. They was picking at them. And big mistake. They shouldn't have did it. They stuck together. And they got to fighting. That person still didn't learn nothing. Guess where that person's at right now? He's in jail. See, what I'm saying is, it's a lesson behind what I'm saying. Don't care if you don't like a person. If you don't care, your views has nothing to do with how a person lives, their lifestyle, none of it. It's about respect. It's about loving a person for who they is. I got friends that got piercings, tattoos. Uh, I got a friend that got a whole bunch of tattoos that look like a carpet on his face. They don't mean I go in and be mean to that person or try to put harm to that person. You get what I'm saying, conscious? It's like if you so close minded to the point where you can't have an open mind to work with a person because you might have to be in a situation where you have to work with that person. You might have to go to the grocery store. They might bag your groceries and different things like that. You missing out on a blessing because you judge that person. Because here's the thing: the very person you judging, God will fix it to where you have to deal with that person. You can't judge people. It ain't our job to
And
judge
this
people. It's our job to love people. And I
and this
keep telling
is
people this.
something that is not, and people are not this way at this point because it's not reinforced. We are the babiest of societies. America is very young because relative to other systems and societies, and America is very much so immature. And we have
Mhm.
immature a very immature system because well, it's not really a because, but people Americans are not mature. We get very tribal, and we don't have a lot of like mature people reinforcing and pedestalizing like what true maturity is. And I think if we
Mhm.
hammer down and double down on maturity, emotional maturity, mental maturity, that we could live in a better, humane, just system, but there's not a very heavy emphasis on emotional and mental maturity. And most of us are not being raised in systems where we're taught to, quote unquote, have an open mind. We are given ideas, and then the expectation is for us to
Mhm.
perpetuate those ideas, regardless of how harmful they may be to other people. And so Americans and most societies are very selfish in that way. And I hate that because we are one of the most diverse countries on the planet. We live in a melting pot.
Exactly.
We cannot afford closed-mindedness. We can't afford immaturity because there's too many different types of people all blending and moving in this web called America, and it would benefit us more to sort out the way we think and relate to each other. And this would just provide a better outcome on a political level, on a social level. And it just, once again, it starts with people being well. Y'all already know I'm real big on motherfuckers need to live their lives and not have children until they've matured. Because when you've matured,
Mhm.
transfer that into the people that come from our bodies. And if you're not mature yourself, if the couple is not mature, if the couple is not mature and then they live amongst other immature people, then the people they are going to be populating the world with are going to just be raised with erroneous ideas, immature ways of fucking existing, and then we're going to see that cycle perpetuated. So I'm not of the idea that people should just have kids willy-nilly because the kids of today become the generations of tomorrow, and breaking pathologies and erroneous philosophical ideals in our community really come with holding ourselves accountable and then going about populating the world from our sense of wholeness. Like, I love that I exist, right? But at the same time, I'm a product of two parents who did not know what the fuck they were really doing with a bitch like me. You know, I am a Scorpion bad bitch. So not having parents who were like as open-minded as they could have been, and also my parents not overcoming their own homophobia and all of that bled into the way I was raised. It, bled into the way I was cultivated. And then I had to dismantle a lot of that shit and decolonize my brain as a result of some of the things that I was taught. I actually would have preferred my parents to have had me when they were much more healthy, when they were much more mature in their being, because it would have shaped my earlier years very different. And I would have been able to get to the places I had to get to on my own in my late 20s and 30s. In my earlier childhood, I could have got off to a much better start with myself in this interesting world if my parents had first and foremost held themselves accountable before they began procreating and recreating. And so I feel like we need to just do a lot of work on arriving ourselves and practicing and evangelizing that wholeness first and foremost to open society, our friends, our family, etc., and then bring kids into the world and raise them amidst that maturity and wholeness and cultivate them, and they go forth and become adults and become whole adults, and they have kids and cultivate them to be whole, and then we just really start seeing the tides change. But it really does start with self. It starts with self, and we have to start over, and it's never too late, and we can still begin right now to make ourselves better in an attempt to make the world a better place. But it does start with all of us doing the work. And thankfully, we live in a technological age, so more people are able to have spaces like this, get access to information, psychologists, therapy, group think spaces where they can get around the type of help they're trying to get a hold to. And that's going to be better for their mental and emotional. And so in a way, I do think people are becoming better. And then in a way, because we're becoming better, there are a lot of ancient powers that are trying to stop that evolution out of fear. So we're getting an equal pushback on that growth of humanity as well. But it starts with us, and people need to just take advantage of all of the resources that are now able to be afforded to all of us. And, it just got to start with self, and it's not rocket science. Just literally, if you can hold yourself to the standard of how you would want to be treated, and then just lead with everything in you from that when it comes to other people, then the world can be okay. And you don't have to go to Australia, you don't have to go to the moon, you don't even have to be amongst diverse people. You just have to be mature enough in your thinking to afford other people the same right of principle as yourself. So if you want to be able to choose, you want to be able to have fun, you want to be able to get in the world however you want to be in the world, then you got to stand by other people having the same right to do the very same thing, even if they're going to choose something different than you, and their right to choose. But it is their right. And you can still have an opinion about what they choose, but you're not here to control what they choose. You're here to stand by and support their right to choose and to show up how they want. If you are a conservative woman and you want the choice to not show your titties, you want the right to not have to wear makeup, and you want the right to exist in a way that you think is beautiful, if that means modesty for you, then what you are also defaulting to is standing by another woman to choose to dress promiscuous and to dress very different from how you will style and show up in the world aesthetically, because that woman deserves what? The same right to choose how to show up in the world for herself, just like you. Just like you. So it's just all about being mature enough to give other people in principle, to stand behind and with other human beings in the same principle of choice and autonomy and whatever, religious choice, whatever the fuck it is, just like you want. Just like you want. That's it. But we so immature that
I'm gonna also say this too, Conscience. It's deeper than that. It's the reason why I'm saying this is because it also can affect when you go in the medical field. Like, for instance, as as us black people, we already have a hard time getting health care and different things like that. Okay. So if you deny service of a black person, just think about how that other person would feel. You see what I'm saying? I have the hardest time, Conscious, because not only I got 3 strikes against me, and this is why I'm saying what I'm saying. First of all, I'm a black woman. That's 2. Second of all, I'm heavy set. Okay, that's 3. Okay, that's 3 strikes against me right there. So when I go to these places, when I go to the doctor, they have a problem. You see what I'm saying? Because they had a stereotype. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you this big black big woman, and you need to do this and do that instead of just treating people right. So what I'm saying is, as a whole, whether you gay, straight, bi, trans, black, bead, whatever, it's deeper than that. We all have to look in the mirror, get us together, so we can be able to come up against these when these things happen. Because I got a situation right now. I had to get an advocate, y'all. I had to get an advocate to speak for me because doctors wouldn't listen to me. Now they don't even live where I stay. I live in Mississippi. They don't even deal with me. So I had to get somebody way in Florida that works for my doctor to speak for me. That's telling y'all something. So I said this to say this. While we sitting up here fighting and arguing about who don't like what and who ain't got what, our health is being put in jeopardy. Our livelihood is being put in jeopardy. Our kids being put in jeopardy. Our whole existence being put in jeopardy. We ain't got time to sit up here and be fighting and fussing about who don't like what. We got more fish to fry. This is affecting us as a whole as black people. It don't matter what kind of what somebody doing in the bed. That has nothing to do with your health.
and this is why,
Make sure
like,
your health is straight.
and that's why all of this messaging, it has to go to the opposition, because as Christ said, there's no benefit in only loving those who love you. Love also is for those that don't love you. And
Exactly.
we have to go out into the larger world and go into oppositional spaces in order to encourage a maturity, to encourage people to be reasonable, encourage that, because it's not enough for us to exist in our own bubble, because it's only a matter of time before our bubble is invaded upon the dominant. in whatever capacity that everyone is impacted by the predominant. So we sit here in this space, but really the reality is like the people who have an issue with Dr. Heavenly, they need to be talking directly to Dr. Heavenly. They need to be in her DMs. They need to be under her a comment section. They need to be super chatting her and leaving messages of encouragement and calling her out respectfully. Like, you know, it's not going to really do us any good to always kind of center our sentiments amongst each other because we all are like-minded. It's really about evangelizing elsewhere in the world where we see a lack thereof and inserting ourselves in those spaces respectfully and attempting to wake people up, which is also happening like through the Milagro situation. Is happening through a lot of the shit where it's just like, okay, yes, we have to operate with a certain level of decorum, and at best we got to stick to at least the facts, and we got to be clear about where the facts differentiate from our fucking opinions, and we have to be aware of the rules of engagement if we want to avoid certain penalties and issues. Like, it's literally about holding each other accountable. So yes, I agree with everything that you're saying, Rashonda. This whole night we pretty much just been talking about the same thing, that we just need to, people just need to get past the shallows. But for me, it's even fuck all of the thinking. Like, we just need to behave better. I'm not going to worry about changing people's minds. That would be nice, but if people can just do better and reflecting the way they want to be treated and making sure that they treat other people with that same sentiment, then all is fair in love and war. And this world is not set up for us as a minority. So whether that's as a Black man, as a queer person, for you as a Black woman. So we have to do our fair share of bulldozing through all of these challenges, because we don't have anybody to rely on but ourselves. We don't really have anybody else that is, like, prioritizing our needs. So the very least we can do in giving ourselves a break is band together if we agree that, well, we can't rely on white folk, we can't rely on non-Black folk, so we need each other. And the Black community can afford the lesser of the numbers. We can't afford to discount Black queer people. We can't afford to discount Black obese people. We can't afford to discount Black disabled people. We can't afford to leave anybody out of the equation, because we ain't got nobody else but fucking each other. That's all that we actually fucking have. That's all we have. We can't even afford to not stand on business together when it comes to us. We can't do it. So we got to get our shit together, and we got to do better. And I also got to go to fucking bed. So y'all got to go.
I love you, Cosby. Thank you.
I love you too, boo. And thank you for joining the discussion. And y'all, it's been forever and a day. I got to get up out of here. I think China ass sleep.
I'm not making baby bottles.
Not baby bottles. Get your ass out of here and go feed that baby.
Thank you,
boo.
All right.
That was our China. I think Reckless is probably dushing. He been quiet for too long, so he definitely over there doing damn something. And I am going to get the fuck up out of her. This was a riveting conversation. It was not supposed to go on this fucking long, to be honest. I was hoping this was going to be an hour-long conversation and commentary, but it became 4 hours. Noteworthy of of a very unique thought, and a lot of y'all enjoyed it. So thumbs up, share, Donate to the Cash App and or PayPal. Email me all the things. Follow me on Instagram. I love you a long time. And if you don't make it this far into the discussion during the replay, gang, then sound off on the topics in the beginning, girl, and tell me what y'all think. And I'll see y'all later. Peace.